Good morning, everybody. 1 second while I try to fix an issue. I thought I had this all set up yesterday. Apparently, I do not. Aha! Ha 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 ha! That would be why. Try this again. See if this is working.
I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Diggy, diggy hole. Diggy, diggy hole. I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Diggy, diggy hole. Digging a hole.
Good thing. Good thing. There it goes. Look at that. Hey, we got it, chat. Alright. Sorry about that. I had to make sure. Good morning, by the way, Mr. Scurvy Hyam. Make sure I give a shout out to Mr. Scurvy Hyam. Alright. See how this all works today. It's a bit of a change. I am currently streaming on both platforms. That link, I hope that link actually works right. Okay. Still good. I need to probably edit that later, but for the first time ever, I am streaming live on both YouTube and on Twitch. So we'll see how this goes. But anyways, welcome back. Good morning, Jers. How you doing? We are going to, oops. Might be here. Alright, that's just being weird. I go over to here. I need to put down my oil derrick. Too far forward. Way too far forward. That'll work. Alright, so. Doing alright this morning, Jers. Doing alright. Yeah, so, as you can see, it's dug out. It's dug out. So, we have a lot of gold currently being worked on here. Still got to do a lot of work with, actually I can sell the dirt that's in my inventory, so let's do that real quick. Get a few extra bucks. We need to pick up an excavator, but I also need a dozer, so dozer will probably come first as we go. But we need to start stockpiling some coal and some steel products real quick, so we're going to do a couple loads. Probably 2 loads from the steel pit, 3 loads, maybe 4 from the coal pit. Before I do that, I want to run the roller here out to each direction so we can kind of smooth things out a bit. I gotta knock this down. We've got to, I mean, the pit's right there. We'll have to double check our you know, trees that are up around the pits. And then once this is in the box and processing, we're going to start working on the watchtower, which, as I said yesterday, is something I want to get fixed, because it's kind of, yeah, I mean, it's, let's face it, it's pretty precariously just kind of thrown up there, and I want to have a little access to it, even if it is only like a little walking trail. We'll put like a little small parking pad and a walking trail over to it. Um, yeah, we're gonna cut out some of this here. This is just a really small coal node. I want to say both of these are coal as well. So I may not dig that one too much further. We may go more for this one over here, which is, yes, coal as well. So I think all of these, yes, all of these are coal. So I'm probably going to abandon the small hole I have dug here, and we're going to start stripping and pulling more from these, because I think these plus those will make a much better, you know, we can kind of pit mine those and expand them as we go. This one here is kind of right close to the plant, though. And we've got the other ones over there, which may become more of our source. Like I said, I'm going to get over here with the wheel loader. We're going to knock that pile down. We'll knock a couple of these ridges down through here. We'll bring the roller
And
around.
they call it a mine. A mine!
Thank you, Mr. Zodiac, for that. Let me go to a different window just to make sure things aren't going screwy. It's hard to see. That's better. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Alright. Yeah, because we've got, I mean, we've got a bunch of iron right here at the base of this. And this might make a better option. We can start there on the high end and start pulling this down to make a pit. Good morning, Zodiac. And yeah, it should work out well for us, I think. As we go down. I should probably fix this window. There we go. Like that. Why is that looking so bad? Oh, there it goes. It's just delayed. It's probably got a bitrate issue over there. Yeah, most likely. So yeah, we're gonna bring the wheel loader around. I'm gonna knock these piles down a little bit better. We'll get the roller around here. I'll roll out some roads to the two new spots. This one here, because of its proximity to the plant, will probably be abandoned. The other small one will be abandoned, and we're going to focus on the two bigger ones. They're a little bit longer haul, but now that I've got the truck, it's not as concerning. Trees here, get those processing as well. And I should probably pick up a bunch more cement to start making more concrete blocks, but I kind of want to wait until you guys vote on the first project to know where I need to go with materials. Because as I said yesterday, you know, of course the new project is we're going to start building town. And that's going to have a big effect on where my materials need to go. That's really, really crappy quality over there. What the hell's going on? which one's which. There we go. Cushy UK Gaming, treat the animals. Appreciate it, buddy. They will appreciate it as well. But I'm gonna wait. Of course, I'll be getting the family up in about 20 minutes a day for school and all of that. We'll throw the animal treats in at that time. And yeah. A couple of piles I just kind of tossed over here. I didn't realize some other material had gotten mixed into that one. That'll probably do the trick right there. Let's go grab our roller. This probably won't work as well as I want it to, because of the existing height of the ground underneath here being a big gap. I'm likely going to have to take the concrete up, dump a bunch of material there, roll it smooth, and then put the rest of it back. We'll see what happens when the roller goes over it. Yep. That's what's going to end up happening. Alright, it's hard to see on this grass, but until we start over here messing around, we're gonna flatten this out some. I think I'll try to come back later with some of the little dirt chunks in my hand and kind of paint this out. Let's see what happens, right? I'm gonna get this rolled smoother. Eventually, when we get the dozer and stuff like that, I'll strip this all smooth and clean. But until then, I don't have much choice. Well, maybe at some point I'll come through with the loader and do that route too. Just strip the topsoil along there. Morning, Slow Swede. How you doing today, buddy? Yeah, I can kind of tell where it is now. Doing all right. Doing all right. Yeah, YouTube's gonna be butthole today. I have to figure out why it's doing that later. I bet you I know what's going on. Appreciate the lurk there, Mr. Cushy UK Gaming. So far, I have the smallest wheel loader. It's a what is it? Chariton. Don't know exactly how they pronounce it because I mean it's a made-up name anyway. But it's a small wheel loader. We have a little LW200 wheel loader. I have the Sandvik T700 dump truck. And then I also have a the roller you see here, and a drone. I do have a drone as well. Which is, it's flying up there somewhere at the moment. How's it going there, Mr. Crisis? Alright. Let's get this over to... This over to the coal. Let's go grab our dump truck. Dump truck, not roller. Dump truck. That's one thing I wanted to check. Trailer. So it'd be control, and then the same. should be 4365. 4365. It's not letting me assign a control here. Damn it. Trying to, Crisis. So, kicker. I can't assign.
I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Diggy, diggy hole. Diggy, diggy hole. I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Diggy, diggy hole. Digging a hole.
I think for the time being, I'm going to avoid altogether the yeah, I think for the time being, I'm going to avoid the trailer because I can't assign a key combo to it. And I'm just not familiar with the mouse controls on it. So, how's it going there, Koshi? Finish watching a movie so I can lark like that? Not a problem. Not a problem. Oh. The button. That's right, I changed that yesterday. Crisis, thank you very much for that air horn. Those 100 biddies. Are you awake, sir? Morning, Silver Architect. Looks like you got Architect and Zodiac, though. Yeah, I think this right here will be a much bigger group because there's a whole bunch of coal over there. We can start opening this up and we'll make a nice little access here. As we get bigger equipment, of course, this mine will grow in size. we desperately need more, uh, desperately need more steel, so I can get this pad finished. By the time that's done, maybe I'll get a chance to set up, um, a better key combo. Oh, that's not the right button. There is a tab vehicle button, apparently. Let's see if we can't tweak that. Let's see. General. Under the joysticks. Beacons, lights. We're going to do this one here to here. Clear that. And then let's go to truck here. That should work, so I could do, hold that down and, alright, that'll probably work, yeah. That'll probably work. Come in. Diggy diggy. Mr. Moss Frog, how you doing this morning, buddy? Get yourself a wheel loader finally? Nice. Sounds like you're finally making some progress over there on the Arctic map. Good morning, Mr. Dadson. Ah, well, devil's about accurate. I'm doing okay this morning. I'm frustrated because I probably set something very wrong, and while Twitch looks fine, YouTube looks like ass. Took you 34 levels to get there. Yeah. I'm hoping he rebalances the experience you gain from the pickaxe, because the pickaxe and the axe are ridiculously high for the experience gain. It's like the idea was to try and, hard mode this shit. Oh, yeah, sure. Like I love a hole in my face. Um, for those just joining me here on Twitch, I am doing my first multi-stream this morning to Twitch and YouTube, but YouTube's stuttering like fucking crazy. Don't know why. So it's probably a setting I have, and it's falling on its goddamn face. It's probably a frame rate issue. Maybe. It very well could be the bit rate. I tried upping my bit rate. Yeah, it's looking like it might be the bit rate over there. Let me lower it a little bit and see if that makes a bit of a difference. It shouldn't be. Well, I mean, I've turned it up enough that even if it is, it should be fine. Um, have been having a fun one recently. Intel or NVIDIA GPU driver has been dying, taking your whole PC out of action. You can restart, slash all the screens. Do you restart? Oops, not on the road. Um, just flash. Although last night I could tell it was coming, and it all went to shit. And then boom, it recovered. Nice. Gotta love that. Yeah, I'm watching my bitrate fluctuate. It seems okay for the most part, but then every now and then it just falls on its face, and that's what causes the stutter. Probably because my home internet is not the greatest upload speed wise, and YouTube needs a much higher bitrate to look decent. So, yeah, it's likely the fact that my bitrate's all over the place on YouTube. They're actually separate. Um, so, yeah, I probably have to sit there and adjust it.
I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Diggy, diggy hole. Diggy, diggy hole. I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Diggy, diggy hole. Digging a hole.
Far Evil D, welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for the diggy hole. How you doing this morning? So, yeah, it's uh it's gonna take some experimenting. By no means am I leaving Twitch anytime soon, but I wanted to start live streaming to YouTube some as well, so that one, all my eggs aren't in the Twitch basket should something happen, and two, hopefully try to grow the channel over there a little bit better. Um, See if I can't get some more subscribers, some more watch time and stuff like that. Yeah, well, I'm watching my bitrate on YouTube be consistently decent and then just fall on its face. So I likely have to change a setting over there somewhere. Um, Hopefully later on I can. I'm not even anywhere close to where my road was smoothed out. Um, I likely have a setting that's not working well with my setup and causing the bit rate to stutter over there. All right, that's the 5 a.m. wake up call. I will be back in just 1 minute, chat. Let me go get the family up. Alright, Chad, I'm back. Let's see. Let me try this here. Let's go to... There we go. I'm back, Chad. I'm back. Yeah, it could very well be YouTube being a biatch. I don't know. I'm watching it, though, and the bit rate's kind of fluctuating all over, so I don't know if it's that or not. The problem is, ultimately, I don't have the greatest upload speed where I live, and I think that that's going to play a major role in it, more so than anything else. So yeah, a couple more sales of whoa, hey, hi, hi, ah. I know I have a smooth road in here somewhere. Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah. Hand mining's great that it's there now, but yeah. Well, you're not wrong, Zodiac. It does cut the speed down some, because you're then outputting to both, right? And yeah, it's hello, holy cow. Um, it could also be how I started the stream this morning that it's acting up, because I've got the plug-in for the multi-streaming, but you know, I might have this very likely I've got some settings that are wrong in there, and that's causing an issue. I only tested it for a few minutes last night, dubbing around, so you know, it could very well be a possibility where it just doesn't want to work too well with the current settings I have. Because I didn't do any like sustained testing. I certainly wasn't playing a video game. I was just kind of like testing it to see what the outputs looked like, or that the outputs were both going. You know, so it's not like I even really got a chance to see ultimately what they truly looked like. Oh, the outputs are working. Good enough. This morning I set so I tweaked a couple of things and then said, all right, let's do it. Clearly, the bit rate over there is falling on its face. It's all over. Um, and I think what's happening is it's probably too much bit rate for my connection. Is likely what's happening. I've lowered it some, but it seems like it's going way higher than it keeps going. Like I've got it cut to 10K bit rate, and it goes like 16 and a half meg down to 156 kilobytes, up to 15 and a half meg, 12 meg, 13 meg. It's like, no, dynamite does not destroy your blocks. Rocks and dirt, yes, but it won't actually harm any of your blocks or building stuff. I might have to use the hand pickaxe to make my little goat trail um, to the watchtower. We'll see what happens. But yeah, it's unfortunate that it's skipping the way it is um, over there on YouTube. Hopefully, hopefully I can figure that out after stream and make it better and for tomorrow. But I don't know. I said it's more for me to try and start getting um, some interaction over there, some extra watch time, so that I can help get that channel to some better metrics. Watchtower just looks Moss Frog. I mean, it's a quest, so you get a little bit of XP, you get a little bit of money, and it looks, I mean, basically it gives you a very low priced watchtower instead of having to buy one. So you can buy them in the store directly, but those are a bit more expensive than utilizing some wood. Now, granted, in your case, you're on the Arctic map and don't have any trees. Sniper towers. I don't know how far back onto that it goes. It looks like it goes. Oops. Looks like it goes clear up to the top of that little ridge, so I might have to come around the backside and knock it down that way. Remember you the Jar Crusher and Fractioner. Oh, Jesus. As soon as you hit the blasted rock, yeah. Yeah, that'll make some decent pay once you get down there. Alright. Get a couple loads of each of those, for the time being at least. I'm going to bring them back. We'll get them put in the plant. Smelting, doing whatever. While I go use the pickaxe or whatever to try and get a little goat trail over to Huh, that's weird. Never mind. Not as weird as I thought. Tab never worked before for the vehicles. Oh, you have to be in one first, that's why. Oh, she's a bumpy hill still. She's a bumpy hill. Alright. Yeah, see, I haven't picked up the jaw crusher, the fractioner, or any of that stuff yet. I've been more focused on trying to get this dug out and picking up a couple pieces of equipment rather than the actual plant pieces. So I could probably afford plant pieces I need right now, but I really need a dozer. I mean, I guess theoretically I could do all of the dozing work with this until I get a couple of projects done. But it just seems like it would be so much better to have the dozer first for when I need to, clear a property. Let's see if we can't take a little bit off the top of this. I'm probably going to mess this all up royally. Well, it seems like they also did some work and the dozer works better now. Don't know if that's the case or not, but I was playing around with it a little bit on my other save. So I have a dozer over there. And it seemed like the dozer worked way better. Like, I don't remember the dozer working this good. Only ever used the wheel loader and dumper. The motor grader would come in very, very handy too, for carving some of these roads. Because I could roll them smooth, and then just go ahead and after rolling them smooth, let's see if I can't crack shovel this smoother a little bit. Use the grader to cut it better, because the grader can do decent work with that. Kind of like once you have a clear-ish base, it works all right. But until then, it's kind of like a bit iffy. The biggest reason why I needed those are those to finish this road. This road needs a lot of work over here. So, let's get out of this for a second. No, get in the truck, I said. Be nice trying new things, but money. Yeah. Like Zodiac said, though, if you go into creative mode and play around with things, yes. Yeah, you can get a trailer for this. But a big problem with getting a trailer for this at the moment is I don't have the, my pad's not done yet. As one can see. Alright, coal, iron, lithium. We did not get a lot of iron, but we needed coal more than we needed iron anyway. Yeah, because I need a lot. We're going to need a lot more coal. Go. Lithium ore can go there. Get that. Gold bar is there. Looking over here. Those are still loaded up for a while. There's quite a bit of gold ore in there. Yeah, at town, but I also have a huge coal mine. I have a huge amount of coal out here, too, Zodiac. Thing to keep in mind, a lot of these spots directly ahead of me, I hate that it goes backwards like that. A lot of those spots directly ahead of me over here are coal. So we got coal over there, there. Yeah, I mean, all of these right here are coal, including that one there. So we've got, like, I could open up a good space right here of just coal. And that's just right here. Over there, I have a bunch of iron. Get that big spot I'm in there. Those two spots are iron. And that's not getting into, like, what else might be in this valley. I mean, there's a lot of space here. So, I'm going to start with this for a while. And there's a lot of material there. And then, I don't know, like, potentially what's over here. Because there's a lot of nodes over here, too. And then there's also a bunch going up this hill here. You know, I haven't really prospected a lot because there's a big spot there, there. But I just want to make a little bit of a flat spot right there where I am, and then I'm going to kind of like hand dig a little trail. We'll flatten the top of that out better for the... I'm not going to go all the way over there. I'll probably flatten a spot over here more. Like right here on this ridge. Where that tree is. And we'll move that fire tower to like right here in the middle of this ridge. So the goal is to come along that ridge with a little trail. I'll have a parking spot at the bottom and a little like footpath that comes along to here. And then I'm going to cut the top of this off. That's coal right there. We'll cut the top of this spot right here. cut the ridge to right there. Yeah, we'll probably do it right here on this spot. So I'll bring the top of this ridge down and I'll make a flat spot right here. I don't know if I'll get concrete blocks out per se to do it, but I'll try to set up something right here on this corner. And then it'll give you, a view that way, and back that way. Because that's the idea, it's a fire watchtower type of deal. But I'm making a mess up there, so let's go smooth out the road a little bit better with this guy. Hey, get in. The only point in making oil barrels is to turn around and sell them, but they produce wicked slow. They do produce very, very slowly. Like a 99 stack of water will produce in like 5 or 6 minutes. A 99 stack of oil barrels is like an hour and a half. Like, that's a bit of a difference. Yeah, I mean, it's more of a passive income. You need to buy the oil derrick, of course. You need to buy the barrels. But yeah, it's a kind of a passive income. How you doing, Sir Welshie? Yeah. If you've got 2 oil derricks, which I do plan on having 2 oil derricks at some point, and then the second one being potentially a passive income. $1.2 million shy of the largest dumper. Just a small amount. Oh, there you go, Sir Welshie. Found your old gamepad? Nice. How am I making money right now? I'm still smelting gold bars at the moment, Yadrath. I've got a lot of gold bars to smelt. But at the moment, I'm not, like, it's not like I'm digging pay dirt or anything like that. Part of the money issue is going to be we'll call it the viewer challenge. Yesterday we did some voting, and you guys kind of voted that it's nice to have an overarching project rather than just digging a hole, because that after a while will get boring for you guys to watch. I mean, I get it. It's the same thing for, a lot of hours. So, tried to come up with a project to do to kind of keep things interesting, and it was decided that we're gonna do a small mining town. Gonna make a mining town on the map. So I'm basically going to be a more of an excavation and manufacturing company. This plant here will grow over time into a manufacturing company of um I'll be making steel, I'll be making the other stuff needed to make houses and whatever else goes in town, and that will be some of my income. Will be I'll get paid based off of what you guys decide for the jobs I do. So if the decision is we're going to build a small house somewhere, I'll do the land clearing, build the house, which I'll have to make all of the materials for the house. And that will be, you guys will decide, okay, it's worth 50 grand or 100 grand or whatever as compensation, and basically I'll just make a bunch of cheap wood blocks because they sell really well and sell those as my income for the job, my payment. Now, granted, as I'm digging for coal and iron and these other materials I'm going to need for these projects, I will end up in pay dirt. I'll end up eventually down into bedrock and stuff like that, getting that material out. So there'll still be plenty of mining, and I'll still get material from that as a way of making some money. I also just had the idea, Moss Frog was saying passive income from a second oil derrick. Maybe near town there's going to be a small oil field or something like that. In which case I'll go smooth out and doze out a little bit of an area and invest in a couple of oil derricks. And I'll have to go check on it occasionally and bring some oil barrels with me and do that. Yeah, solid rock, bedrock. Once you get down to solid rock, I consider that, quote, bedrock. Because outside of here, I mean, digging down, you'd end up at bedrock. And, alright, now you gotta start blasting and doing other things because you're at the... you're as low as you're gonna easily dig. So, I mean, eventually those coal veins and iron veins that are in that valley will get into, I'll connect them into one big thing. So I'll be working my way down and pulling the material from the solid rock. So we'll have to blast it out to get to the bedrock, or, we'll get the blasted rock as I pull the material out. Yep, there is blasting in this Datsun. More like explosives, not guns. More like Demolition Man than Danny DeVito. Hey, Quickie Mickey. Of course, I just went and put the roller at the bottom of the hill. I'm gonna need it right here, dummy. So smooth. Goes that down around the corner here. There we go. Bring this back up. We'll gotta flatten that back out. I don't know why I drove back down the hill with this. I should have just stayed up at the top of the hill. C'est la vie. When I get the steel. I've been building it out as I've been able to make steel.
I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Diggy, diggy hole. Diggy, diggy hole. I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Diggy, diggy hole. Digging a hole.
So, yeah, I have been working on it, but a lot of my digging has been trying to get the factory cut out, the overall dimensions of it, and that has caused a delay in pulling in material. Had I just focused on it, I would have easily had it done, but I wanted to try and get the factory itself cut out. And most of what I was digging was just dirt or it was dirt, or it was hay dirt. Words are hard. Alright. Did that. Let's go in here. Hiya! Ooh, I made it. we got in here? Yeah, see, like I got a couple more steel floors. So I'm kind of doing it as I get the material. Get that done, and then I'll start another row across here, and I'll slowly fill it in. It's a lot of space, you know, it's a lot of space. Cat, dude, why? Why are we stomping all over my shit this morning? You clearly don't fit on the desk while I have my wheel out. I'm sorry. You've got a tiny little corner now. I don't know what to tell you, buddy. Oh, is this what you wanted? Yes, I still love you, baby. I still love you. Hey, dude, no. Come on, cat, man. Frickin', what the hell did you turn on now? Scroll lock, game mode, fucking stomping all over my keyboard, dude. So what do you do with all the dirt? I can turn around and sell it if I want to. Which is basically what I've been doing. Or you can use it for painting the ground. Stuff like that. So, yeah, it's in the rain. I wonder if I should do that. That's probably not helping my bit rate. Yeah, that's probably not helping my bit rate at all. Selling the dirt is allowing you to make... Yeah. Most of my money's coming from right here, though. Alright, you're empty now. You're almost empty. You still get quite a while worth of material. So don't you. I mean, I still got, what, 500 bars basically there, another 270 bars there. That's going to take me to 3,000 bars. That's the price of a dozer. So, yeah. Now the question is, let's get out the axe. We're going to clear the path. I need to figure out how far in I want to be able to make a little like parking spot. And it may be that instead of cutting the top of this off so much, I'm guessing grid's going to be right here. Maybe we need to take some concrete block and make a retaining wall right here. And then fill it in. So there's like a little parking spot up here. And then I can take the hand axe the pickaxe itself, You know what? It would be narrow, but if I could cut this, it flattens out right here. I could make a little spot right here. And then we could do like a little staircase up along the path to the water. Yeah, that is. Not 5 cars. No. No. It's meant to be a watchtower, so like 2 cars. This would make a good spot, because I could take this material here, stretch it a little bit right here, and then essentially I just need to carve enough off the top of this as I come over, and then ramp up right here. So I need to put in a little bit of a concrete retaining wall. The parking spot back a bit, then footpath with the dirt. Yeah, well, what I'm thinking is there's a nice flat spot here. Flat-ish, granted. But it's a wider spot that I could cut and make a flat, spot right here. So there'd be a little narrow spot here. You could pull up. Yeah, you might need to make like a 4-point turn to turn around. Because there's no real flat spot here to make a parking, a couple parking spaces. Yeah, I could nose straight up here, but then you'd have to back way up and then turn around. If I did it right there, it'd be a little narrow one way to that point, and then footpath from there to where the tower will ultimately be placed. Because ultimately what I want to do is we'll do a little footpath along here, and it will be a dirt painted footpath all the way along here. And then maybe I put the tower like right here or something. Instead of the footpath all the way over to there, yeah, that's a much nicer spot. But it's, that's a long ways to walk, but, it's taller. But it's a lot longer of a path to walk. I guess ultimately it really doesn't matter how long the footpath is, right? But we'll have to make some stairs for these steep bits. It just happened it's coal up here, so it'll look like a little bit of a gravel footpath. So I do need to cut the top of that flatter. And we will need some concrete blocks over there. Or not necessarily concrete blocks. I just need to cut the top of it off a bit, which I'll have to pickaxe that. You know, I could do something like this the whole way back. This isn't too bad, but like right here's a really steep spot. Unless I crack shovel it again a little bit more. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Sherpa guide. Yeah, probably. I never said it would be an easy footpath, but gotta do something to get to there, right? So yeah, we'll use retaining blocks here. I can cut this down a little bit. And I'll have like some retaining block come out along here to tie back. And we'll bring it along here so I can kind of fill it in. And make a little bit of a path. What if I go... I can only do it in this way. Never mind. I was trying to do like I'd have to spin the monitor. Maybe if I did it over on that, and then move that one over there. Might be a later project. That'd actually be interesting. I could flip that monitor vertical instead of horizontal. Something for later, maybe, chat. But yeah, basically, I just need to cut enough material off of this right here. But here's the kicker. I don't like, well, actually, we could do it that way. Yeah. Let's go down to the plant quick. I gotta get some more some more water barrels started in the derrick. So yeah, those dashed blocks across the bottom here will represent the actual foundation for the factory. I'll have the wash plant probably along this edge and back here. You know, so it'll rise up over here. The wash plant will be across the back here. And then the front part of the factory may be several floors tall, but like, you know, the front part might be a bunch of smelters on the bottom, and then upstairs some CNC machines and stuff. Because there's other machines I need to add. But I can put, you know, I'd have room to put like 4 smelters or something like that down over there, and then some machines coming back this way. We'll have a door out. There'll be 2 of these here. Let's actually buy some barrels. I don't know, parts here. course, I made these concrete blocks. I should have made the chamfered concrete blocks instead. If I do that... That's $44,000, essentially. Concrete chamfer. These are just so expensive, right? 44 of them. Hey, Farmer Marks. How you doing? Alright. So... I've got my current, put the steel in here. That. More of those. Just got off of ARC. Ah, a good night time off to bed. Alright there, Farmer Marks. You take care, buddy. I've only had one small wash plant going this whole time. That's a lot of grinding on that one small plant. That's a lot of grinding on one plant. Appreciate the lurk. You take care. Yeah, I can't blame viewers for not sticking around on the live stream over on, it is higher than the recommended. Stream bitrate of 6,800. Interesting. Interesting. What if I go to 6,000 there? Let me go settings over here. Let's take the whole thing down to 8,000. Okay. See what happens with that. And if I go modify constant bitrate, variable bitrate, let's go max of not 100,000, you dummy. And let's go 8,000. See if that straightens out over there. For one day after the patch, chamfers were 1 water, 3. Oh, that would have been nice. There it goes. Alright, so stream is healthy. Let's see if that helps improve the things over there. It may not. It may not. I probably have a lot of settings I need to tweak over there. But if you guys could all go over and kind of help out with that, I very much would appreciate it. I just want to see if I can't help grow that channel over there. Let's see. We are making the chamfers, but we can use these to kind of lay out where I want the parking lot, so to speak. The edges of it. And then I can grab the chamfers and put them back in after they've manufactured and replace it. And then I'll let you guys tell me what you think we should get paid for the job when I'm done. So if we go like there. Go to right there instead. Do something like that. This will get cut off. And bring this out like this, maybe, to about... Do that. We can cut this off here. Yeah, because, I mean, then you'd have room to kind of pull up, and then there'd be plenty of room to turn around, leave again. I can smooth this out. We'll have to put in the, we'll have to set them all the way in, and then we can basically dig it out, fill them in, and then I'll need some stairs to get up to this path. From here, most likely. Because this is going to be really tight. So, no, I don't want you guys to go away, CJ. I'm just trying to get a little bit going over on YouTube as well to see if it helps that channel grow some. Empyrean already. Honestly, I'm gonna see what happens tomorrow. We may get into some Empyrean. I'll kind of do one of these numbers, and when we're done, we'll paint the top of it all. And flatten that all back out again. That tree, that bush will not come back the next time I load the game. By the way, good morning there, Mr. Cope. How you doing? We got this along here. I'll paint it on the way back. Yeah, unfortunately, I think it is probably still really jumpy. I likely have a setting that I need to fix. Yep. Sometime tomorrow is when it'll go live. That thing's gonna come out. I don't know exactly what time it's planning on releasing. So yeah. Yep. This is the crack shovel. Because when you watch the dude go, like, I mean, he goes. That mofo's putting in some work right there. If I do one of these numbers when I'm done... Hey there, A-Butt69. Good morning, Mr. Tatico. How you doing? Mr. Cope, if you get a chance, could I get a shout out for you and Mr. Tatico, Mr. Dadson? Preparing for a fight with the school system. That doesn't sound like fun. Wait, aren't you the school system? And it's going all right so far this morning. You know, that reminds me of a YouTube short I'd seen. I'm gonna have to see if I can find it. Um, it's from it's a blacksmithing dude, but he does a lot of really funny shorts on YouTube, and it's like hey boss, your wife wanted you to make sure you heard the kids' progress reports. He says, all right, go ahead, yada yada yada, and he's reading off the progress reports, and it's like, well, the teacher said that your kid, somewhere in your kid's lineage, there's definitely a troglodyte, and this and that, and like being all derogative and everything else, and at the end of it, turns out that his wife is the teacher because they've been homeschooling. He goes, well, I told her not to homeschool them, but she didn't listen. It's like basically the whole report card type deal was that your child is a miserable student and related to troglodyte somewhere and this and that. So basically, like, she was shitting on him, but at the same time, like, bashing on the kid for being a handful. And he goes, I warned her not to homeschool them, but she didn't listen, so now she's reaping the fruits of her labor. Ad sounds? What do you mean ad sounds? Oh, no Reyes in a box? No, I'm not in Discord with him right now. Love my children, but I couldn't ever homeschool. Yeah, see, I love my kids to death too, but if I were to try and homeschool, it would not go well. I don't have the patience for it. I know that for a fact. I gotcha, I gotcha. Now what are you telling me over here? Keyframes. Okay, keyframe frequency. 4 seconds or less. Maybe that's something that's causing issues? Maybe that's causing an issue. Hey, Summer Child. I'm paying attention to what's going on over there on the YouTube side, because it's giving me little clues to, like, maybe help fix the stream quality over there. So I apologize if I kind of like look like I'm off in a daze at times. How you doing this morning there, Summer Child? And make sure that Summer Child gets a shout out too as well if you can, Cope. DeGraff Gaming, how you doing, buddy? Of course, it's annoying that it keeps shifting away from this screen, so I can't see what the fuck is going on. Every time it updates, like, it goes off to one side of the thing and I can't see the full screen. No data. What are you talking about? No data. It's still going. You shut it. Figure it out, YouTube. Come to Norway. We don't give kids homework. No math books either. Yeah, my kids don't get homework. It's like, I wish I didn't have fucking homework in high school. Lucky bastards. Yeah, unfortunately, only mods can do that there, Cookie, but I appreciate you trying to help. Sherpa path! Whee! I see you guys are seeing what I'm doing. We're making this path. I'm going to have to make another pad for the, we'll have to chop the top of this off to make a pad. 4th grade nephew has homework every day. They just started decision in million scale. Wow. Oh, division in million scale, yeah. Wanted to give her a personal shout out. I got you there, Cookie. Homework at all at home. Always did it in lessons you hated. Yeah. I got homework, but if I didn't finish it in class or on the bus, I certainly didn't do it at home. Yeah. I mean, not that I ever did my homework. There were many classes I never touched homework in at all. That's for sure. I remember one class, public speaking. We had two choices one year for our English. I think it was my junior year. And it was public speaking or debate or something like that were my only options at the time. And it ended up, I failed public speaking and was able to take a different English class for the second half of the year. Change things up. But let's just say that public speaking and I did not get along at all. At all. Especially the teacher. She didn't get me. And I remember at one point, we used to do these impromptu speeches in class where you'd get you draw a name, public speaking. It was it was one of my possible required classes in English. It's like, this is dumb. And you basically draw a note from a hat type of deal, and this was your, this was your topic, and then you'd get a couple minutes to go think about your topic, and then you'd speak about it. So you'd go out in the hallway and get a couple minutes, and then when the previous, when the other kid was done, you'd go in and take their place type of deal, and then while you were getting yours, somebody else was drawn, and they'd rotate through the thing, so you'd have like 5 minutes you had to talk about this subject. And me wanting to make light of a subject at one point, the subject I got drawn was Chinese food. Yeah, exactly. Look at me now. Maybe I should have paid attention a little better. But the subject I drew was Chinese food. We were making these derpy sundials of bio class. I hadn't done homework for the teacher. Like all year, made a deal with the teacher that I'd make a full working sundial out of wood for the class. There you go. But, just to try and make light of it, being in America, all the Chinese food restaurants around here, granted, it's American Chinese food. I get it. It's not real Chinese food. But they're almost always Chinese families and stuff like that. And in many cases, they don't speak the greatest English. And, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But, you always check it as I want to order Chinese or whatever, and they start saying, I want this or that or the other thing. And half the time the food has funny names to begin with, right? So me, like I said, trying to be a clown about it all, I started clowning around about things, and I made a couple of offhand jokes about, you know, uh, like basically making fun of some Chinese food dishes, the names of them. I says like, who wants to order cream of some young guy, or things like that. And let's just say the class was cracking up and having a good time about it. The teacher, on the other hand, did not grade me well at all. She ended up giving me, on a scale of 0 to 100, like a 15. And then had written down a couple of the comments I made, wrote ouch in big letters, and then triple underlined it. And she handed me it back. I was like, I kind of was like, fuck yeah. Mission accomplished. She never asked me to do it. I never got picked again to do a stand-up impromptu speech. So it's like mission accomplished. Because I didn't like the class to begin with. It was like, mission accomplished. I ended up, yeah, exactly. And that's how you get out of assignments. And at the end of the day, it was all meant in jest. There was nothing serious about it. Even the class kind of understood that because everyone was laughing about it. That was the whole point, was to make a joke about it. I enjoy Chinese food, and I've got no problem with any nationality or anything. Never. Ever. The only time I've got a problem with anybody is when they have a problem with me. Love those videos, especially a profile update. Appreciate it there, Outback. Outback Baz. Welcome into the channel, by the way. You notice a small problem? Well, this is floating now? Yeah. Yeah, gravity will take over in a minute, Dadson. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to cut it out to a point where I can get it on the ground. I may need some blocks to help support it, but I'm hoping if I cut it down to, like, say, this height, I may have enough surface here to place it down properly and then have this over here. It's my goal. And then what I'll do is I'll come underneath it with the concrete blocks, and I'll put, like, one underneath each of the legs. Originally it was on top of this, but I am the one that put it there. History class, and it was the teacher's first year teaching ever. Yeah. Anyway, long story short, I ended up miserably failing that class. Basically, the way my high school worked, that was a 2-semester class. We had 4 semesters, so you'd have 2 halves. Then you could only get so low a grade in the first semester. That way, if you did well in the second semester, you could still pass the class. So you were limited in how low your grade could be. I had the absolute minimum for the first semester. The second semester, because each semester was weighted twice, and then your final exam was weighted once. Add them all together, divide by 5, that was your grade. That's how high school worked for me at the time. So, first semester, absolute minimum. Second semester, we, I ended up getting, so the minimum you could get was a 65. Had the minimum. Second semester, I had like a 15. Or something like that. So when it came time for the final, I walked into the class, dropped off my book, and I said, I'm just going to leave now. And she goes, no, you've got to do your final exam. I go, have you done the math on this? Because given my semester grade and the first grade, I need like 185% on my final to pass this class. I says, is there any likelihood of me getting that? She goes, no. I says, so I'm just going to leave now. She goes, yeah, but then I'm going to end up giving you a 0. I go, a 60 or a 50 is still an F, so what's it fucking matter? And I walked out of the class. Again, we didn't get along. She didn't miss me not doing my final. Semester in Swedish means vacation. Not here. How much you're carrying? Miner's a tank? Yeah, that's right. I'm a beast. She spent there. My best friend sat next to me in class, and I used to sleep through her class every day. I had one of those. One day, she asked him why I was asleep, and he told her he has problems at home. She spent the rest of the year printing the day's notes out and tucking them under my elbow and waking me up at the end of the class. That's actually a pretty nice teacher, believe it or not. Whether you actually had problems at home or not, that's a pretty nice teacher. Which is pretty good. You did better in French. 18, 18, 12, so you're adding them up, you didn't pass. Nice. Intro to Spanish, I did well. Spanish 1, not so much, because we were forced to take a second language in high school. I did not pass my Spanish 1 class. Intro to Spanish I passed, but then again, it might have been the teacher. She was, 2 years out of college, and, I was a horny teenager. So I paid attention in her class. But, like, my Algebra 2 class, I had a problem where I fell asleep in that class all the time, too. And the problem was because I had honors geometry, ended geometry, and then I had a first period lunch that day. So I would go straight to lunch, eat food, go to Algebra 2, and my brain was spent, so I would sleep. I would sleep. And the teacher never really made a point of trying to wake me up or anything like that. It was just, whatever, I'm sleeping. And, let's just say I used to sleep through her class religiously. I got decent grades on my homework and stuff like that, though, and, it was never too big of an issue. Let's see, if I can do maybe a concrete block here, can I then put the tower on the block? Maybe not. I think it's going to inset no matter what I do. But yeah, I mean, a good teacher will make even a boring subject interesting for sure. Yeah, see, it's insetting really bad. I think it's an issue, honestly, with the, see, that's not bad. I wonder if I should take it down a little bit further. Let's take it down a little bit further, chat. We'll take it down to right there. Yeah, I'll take it down to a little bit below that. So, that was another one that, come final time, I basically just walked in, handed in my book, and I said, I'm gonna leave now. because I never passed Algebra 2. But the funny part of it all is, like I said, I used to sleep through her class all the time because I just couldn't, after having honors geometry, then walking into honors algebra, she was not a very good teacher, so she couldn't keep my attention. All right, let me catch up on chat here. So your teacher would have smacked the heck out of you. You smacked your head. You didn't have problems that you were staying up all night playing video games. Yep. Here, got that. Yes, and it accelerated students. Yes, you had your standard. Basically there was a level 1, which was you needed help. Level 2 was your standard. Level 3 was your honors. 4 was a college level. And then no. 3 was it? 1 was you needed help. 2 was standard. 3 was honors. No. 4 was honors. 5 was AP, so basically college level. I don't remember what 3 was. 3 was, I think, just like advanced. But yeah, so essentially honors was I was ahead of most kids in school, but not quite at a college level geometry. But yeah, I used to stay up playing video games all the time too. I paid more attention to French in my last year of it than any other year. Teacher was a brand new teacher. Yep. Well, that was my Spanish teacher. Off you go, diggy diggies, but you shall lurk. Appreciate it there, Chameleon. No, this was not my senior year. This was my junior year. Oh, Jesus. Falling down the hill. It was my junior year in high school. And like I said, I went from honors geometry, which, was a tough class. Better than high school level geometry. And then I would go to lunch, where you eat lunch. After lunch, go to Algebra 2. Which, again, not exactly an easy subject for a lot of people. Not a great teacher, so I'd fall asleep. But the long story short of this is, I don't even remember what section of what part of algebra we were learning, because it all got broken up into sections. Lessons or whatever. And we had a test on the subject. So everybody does their test, and, basically we would do the test, pass it to someone else. We would swap with someone behind us or whatever. And you would grade the other person's test. And then everything got handed into it got passed back to you and then handed into the teacher, so you know how you did. So we had this test, did the test, passed it back to my, the person behind me, they passed me theirs, we're grading everything else. And then, a couple of the people that were always chit-chatting with each other, because they were the in-crowd type of deal, they were also more of the delinquent crowd with the substance use, we'll say. They were all talking amongst each other about, well, what did you get? Because, like, one of the smarter guys in the class failed. He's like, 62? Like, what? you know, and then they started talking amongst themselves, and before you know it, like half the class is literally talking about their grades and um, what everybody got. And like, well, what did you get? What did you get? What did you get? And it came to, it came to me because it's like, well, you sleep all class. You couldn't have gotten a good grade. I got a 98. I was the only one in the class that passed. And the guy goes, wait, what? And the teacher even looked at it, looked down, and yeah, he passed. She wanted to know if I cheated. But before that subject came up, the dude goes, damn, if that's how this is going to be, I'm going to start sleeping through class too. And the teacher goes, you better goddamn not.
Corbin go out already?
Yeah.
Okay. In here and leave. Devlin, you up?
But it was just like, everyone else is like, if he's passing because he's sleeping, I'm going to start sleeping. The teacher goes, you better fucking not. Yeah, it was it was a pretty comical moment because everybody in class failed except for me, and I was the dude that was sleeping the whole time. You know what? Let's sledgehammer this. Can I move it over one? If we put it there. We're on there. We get a little bit of dirt here to take out. Not a big deal. I can put a pad. Of course, I need more of these. We can do this number here like this. Like that. I can take a little bit of dirt here. Do one of these numbers. Pat, 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 pat. Pat, 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 pat. We can do that. Yeah. I had some fun times in high school, but at other points it was like, yeah, I'm ready to be out of high school. And I think basically what it was is because I struggled in high school in several subjects, not computer science, Christ, I was way above level in that. I had a print media class I did really damn good in. Stuff like that. When it came time to after high school, like I never went to college, never did any after school education after, post high school education, I'll say. So I regret it now, but not like I can go back in time and change it. All I can do is kind of relate to my kid like, hey, you may regret some of these decisions later on, dude. But he's doing really well. He struggled his freshman year. He ended up in summer school for it. But since then, he's been practically honor roll student. He's been A's and B's and stuff like that. It's been really good. I've been super excited for him. Especially in his pre-engineering. He's been crushing that. He's going to States for pre-engineering tech challenge, which, makes me super proud dad moment, because I never got into any of that shit when I was in high school. For me, it was always just, I had few friends, I struggled with depression a lot, and I spent my time in video games. I was one of the weirdos. everybody seemed to know me, but like nobody ever really, was friendly towards me. They'd all say hi and, talk with me and stuff like that. A lot of my class knew me, but none of my class really knew me, so to speak. So it was tough in high school. It was definitely tough in high school. And I think that was another part of the reason why I never wanted to go into college. I mean, it all worked out. I ended up getting a job working for a wholesale place out of high school, or before finishing high school. I was a gas station attendant, which had actually worked out really well because my schedule was pretty flexible, and after graduating, I would basically get up. I would have like opening shifts, closing shifts, that type of deal, so it gave me a lot of free time. It's actually where I met my wife, was working there. At that particular place. Alright, that's not too bad. We got that accomplished. I will need to take a few of these blocks up. I'm going to grab this one, that one, grab a couple more of these. But it's just there was a super senior when she finally graduated. It was younger. All the teachers were like, "Oh, so you're so-and-so's brother? Great. Nice. I was part of every crowd, but also not part of every crowd. Yep. You were a horrible student, had severe ADHD, overcame it with meds after the Army, and graduated as an actuary. Now you're a stay-at-home dad. Well, congratulations on at least, managing that. And hey, props on being a stay-at-home dad. Not everybody would do that. No way to get rid of it. It will go away when I reload the game, as long as there's dirt underneath it. But there's no way to, like, use a pickaxe, per se, to get rid of it. Oddly enough. Alright, I need, like, 3 or 4 more of these. Hey, yeah. I can understand that, So yeah, the bush will go away once I reload. That's one of the reasons why I'm trying to smooth this out as much as I can. And then I'm placing these little dirt texture pieces on it. If I do one of these numbers like this with the dirt, and the dirt, of course, in the process of smoothing, sometimes the dirt goes away, so you gotta re-add it, stuff like that. As long as it's not that green grassy texture, then the bush will go away when it reloads. No, you're not required to put in a Firewatch Tower at all. It's actually one of the quests that I did, and I just thought it looked like a good spot to put it. It looked like where they might actually build a Firewatch Tower. Being, on a tall point, a ridge line, where you can see better. It's alright, it makes sense. In the last year of school, you were 14 days during the... Was there 14 days during the whole school year? Wow. But, yeah, high school, I struggled a lot. Like I said, especially with depression. At the time, they labeled it as severe recurring depression. But this was, back in the mid-90s. And when you talk about severe recurring depression because of mood swings, what else does that sound like? bipolar disorder, maybe. And they tried all kinds of different medications, which only made things way worse. Way worse. Um, and to the point where, I had, many other really bad issues.
I haven't seen it.
All right, 1 second, Chad. I gotta go. Props to the developer and to Darius for sharing it with us. Yeah, this is actually made by Christian from North Modding Company, former farm sim modder turned game developer. Now he and 3 others are from the North Modding Company are working on this game. Big things coming. Stuff I've heard about that I can't talk about because of who and where I heard it. But I've got some insights into what's upcoming, and yeah, give it a couple months, chat. You guys are gonna be blown the fuck away. Back in a second, though, chat. Hi, Drakey. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, chat. I had to go make sure the youngest was up and ready to go. So, yeah, to say the medication did not help is a bit of an understatement. Because, of course, is this helping? No. And then, well, let's try this medication. So, as anybody knows that's dealt with depression or anything like that, when you switch medications every, 3 weeks, your brain goes all sorts of fucking places. I will say, I have not, in many decades, in decades, been suicidal. But back in high school, I was. And like I said, they always called it severe recurring depression because of the mood swings I would have. Well, severe recurring depression and mood swings and all of that, well, it's an awful lot like bipolar, but they never diagnosed it as bipolar. Because this was 27 years ago or so. So a few years. And like I said, the doctor was changing my meds every 3 weeks. It was ridiculous. Yeah, mid-90s. No, it was not good. Thankfully, I survived my tumultuous high school days. Met my wife working at the wholesale place I was doing the gas. I went from gas station attendant to working in the freezer section inside, stocking shelves. And that's when I met my wife, because I actually took over for her brother. One morning I'm stocking the shelves, and it's, fill the shelves with fresh boxes of frozen goods, frozen foods and peas, vegetables, whatever. I was actually stocking the frozen vegetables. And it would be put a couple boxes on the shelf and then open a couple boxes and just jam them packed. Piling them on the shelves and stuff like that. And in the process, you're opening a lot of boxes of stuff, and you just throw them in the aisleway behind you because you're stocking them before the store opens. And at one point, I threw one of the boxes behind me without even looking, and then grabbed the next one, and it bounced over my pile of boxes and almost hit my wife. And she goes, "Don't tell me you're going to be like my brother now," because she thought I had her intentionally. I'm like, oh, I didn't even realize she was there, because she was a subcontractor that would come in and do the produce, and she we started talking. Nope, nope, nope. Sorry, I didn't see you and stuff like that. I take my morning break. She comes over to me while I'm on break. I'm eating a one of those like super pretzels, those warm super pretzels. And she starts grabbing parts of my pretzel from me while I'm sitting there. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? She's just like talking with me and stuff. And you know, it's all right, no big deal. I get out of work that day, go out to my car, and she's standing in front of her car, parked one spot diagonally from me. There we go, chat. I like that. We just need to finish the parking lot now. And I said, so what are you, stalking me now? 3 hours later, we're still chatting in the parking lot. And then a couple months later, I caught up with her working a different one of her other jobs, and we started talking, hanging out, started dating, and that was 22 years ago. Been fighting it all my life. All I did about it was keep myself busy doing learn. Yeah, keeping yourself busy is one of the best ways to fight it. I still deal with the depression now. But, you know, the wife and my kids and stuff like that, they ground me more than any med could. So as bad as the depression may get some days, I've developed coping mechanisms. I have my wife and my children to think about, and because of that, I would never, in any situation, think about those things again. So, yeah, it's, you started as a sawmill operator? Nice. Went to work as a military carpenter building the new buildings at 14. Wow, there you go. Alright. We're gonna need probably... I bet you we're gonna need 80 to 100 concrete blocks for that project. So, let's get another... So far, we're 120 grand into this project, chat, just to keep that in mind. So we're going to take these 44. I'll bring them up top. We do have a chunk. Which one is it? Is this one here? That's pay dirt. I don't want to sell that. 764. We could sell that one. We got some wood to put in here. Done a lot in your life, more than me. Genetic testing can now tell you what meds will work and which ones don't. My family members had the testing done, got the right medication. Is a better place now. Ask your doctor if it's worth one last medication change. Yeah, I mean, like I said, at the time, I never, now I don't really even really see eye to eye with my doctor. But, I'm trying to get in with a mental health specialist. And my current, like, primary care is a Muppet, so we'll see if I even manage to chat with him for more than 5 minutes. Actually, I'm going to leave you just like this. Told me to deal with it back in the day. See, my mother was good about taking me to the doctors and stuff. Mr. Evil Reyes coming in with a raid. Welcome in, everybody. How was your stream there, Mr. Evil Reyes? Alright, that's going to be good enough for now. That'll be good enough for now. We're going to need to wait for more of these to produce for sure. This is going to end up being an expensive project, chat. Off to work, I take it. Be back in a few. Gotta go figure out why the dryer won't work. Ah, that's not fun. I figured you were getting to head off to work. Yeah, I like that look for a retaining wall better than this smooth stuff. We'll save these from my place. And the only reason I mention the cost so far is going back to what I said about earning money. This is going to be kind of one of those... There we go. I can get over here, start shoving this material in here. At least while we're making more blocks. I'm going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there. And then we're going to need a bunch over here as well. Fire watchtower actually reduces... No, there is no forest fire or anything like that. It's, it was newly added with this patch as a, just a placeable quest item. It's just a placeable item that was added to the game, so for role-playing purposes, you know, for the RP purposes, I put it in. I'm going to try and climb up on this and navigate this. This is probably going to end very badly with me flying down the hill. It's more of just a RP type of deal. Make sure lights are off, and did you get the cat's water? Nope, 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 nope. Onto this little hill. Onto the little hillock, please. So yeah, I mean, there's no practical purpose for it, but the idea with this playthrough has now become that I am going to be building a mining town. So this is my, I'm now more, instead of just a mining company, it's going to be more of a construction and manufacturing type of a role. So this is going to be my manufacturing plant where I make all of the materials for building these houses in town. And we're going to build a mining town. Is the goal. We'll see how it all goes. But that is the current goal of all of this anyway. So, with that, the thought in my process was, well, construction companies get paid for their jobs, right? You know, you build a house, you get paid for building the house. So, where I'm not just mining for income, what I'm going to do is put it to chat. how much do you guys think I should get paid? We'll take a couple suggestions. I'll put it into a poll, and then you guys can vote on what my payment should be. And then I will pay myself by essentially making some wooden blocks, because they are very cheap to make and they pay out quite a bit. And I'll sell those off as my payment. So that's the goal. To basically help me get more equipment, while being able to focus on these other projects, since I'm not going to be just mining pay dirt and things like that. So, like I said, I'm going to be basically I'm 44 of these blocks in already. They're $1,000 a piece. They cost me $1,000 a piece. I don't know how many it's going to take in total. So some of this is going to end up having to be like, do we go off of, like, what would the retail be for these blocks? And then, calculate it that way? Or, I mean, what do you guys will end up ultimately deciding all of this stuff. And that'll be a RP playthrough where you guys get to help dictate the story, if that makes sense. We're gonna need what? 1, 2 staircases, and the rest will go into floors. And I already have one there. Perfect. So yeah, like, I'll set this up. Cost plus 20%. That's actually not bad. So yeah, I mean, throw some suggestions in there, as to what, how much do you think we should do this, and then I can look at, what would the cost of materials be, and we can do it that way, or, just put it to a vote or something. Any number of things, right? I think I'm gonna go right there, and then we gotta go here. That'll go away when I start piling stuff in there. So this is going to be a second group of 40. So is what? 81 concrete chamfered blocks so far? Yeah, 81 chamfered blocks. Oh, and I also we'll have to go check on the chamfered versus regular doesn't matter. We've got what, 1, 2, let's go count on that up there as well. So we've got 81 blocks there. Plus the blocks over here. We'll get a quick count of these. And then, yeah, I mean, it's not the nicest looking path, but it kind of works. It could probably use me to sit here with the crack shovel for a little while longer, but we got what, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we've got 14, 15, 16 more blocks there. So that's 16 plus 81 is 97 blocks. 97 blocks. The 97 blocks. And then, you know, I mean, the time will be, I guess, the margin, right? The effort involved. I'm gonna need fuel too, damn it. Ah, crap. Come on. Are you kidding me? There we go. Nice there, Moss Frog. That'll net some money. That's, what, like 2,500 gold bars right there? I should probably try to wiggle the roller over here at the moment. Somehow. If I make it a little bit wider, it'll be easier to get the roller over here. We're going to try and widen this a little bit on our way back across. Then I can bring the roller over here to smooth things out. And from there, be able to finish flattening this all. Forward to multiplayer. Check it come in. Yeah, well, absolutely, yeah. I mean, when multiplayer helps or comes out, a lot of that's, I guess, I mean, a lot of that's going to depend on how exactly it's going to be done. I know, unless something drastic changes, it's going to be peer-to-peer. Now, I don't know how that's going to work. Am I going to have to give out my IP address to people for the connection? Is there going to be something built into the game for it? And I'd honestly, I don't know if even Christian knows that at this point. While they're working on things. I do know it exists in a testing form in-game already. That's been confirmed both on Split 2 stream. He confirmed that much. So, it does exist. The question is, how's it work? Don't know. You know, they could only be testing it like a local LAN type setup too at the moment. Who knows? While they work on framework. But I got a feeling that it'll be in the next couple months. We'll probably see more about it. Because, I mean, Christian has confirmed it's coming this year. At least that's his plan. So, I would say now that the workbench update is out, we'll potentially get some more information on it. Go. Well, I know I keep seeing things pop up about the about some issues over on the YouTube side, so I will have to make some changes after stream. But so far, I guess. Thank you, Martin Chev, for the hydrate and the stretch, by the way. The fix hop. Yeah, I'm pretty hyped for that too, Koshi. Hey Devlin, can you bring me another water bottle, buddy? Alright, this should, one more scoop will get me out. It'll get me out over here. I'll be able to bring the roller along this and smooth it down some. Which will let me get the roller out to there. And then what I'll do, because I want to, thank you, buddy. Because I want to cut this down over here anyway. I wonder if I did this siphon fuel. How much does it siphon out of the truck at that point? Oh, it emptied the damn thing. Great. Alright, that's good. That thing takes a lot more than this does. Alright, Koshi, you take care. Get some rest. We'll catch you later. Good time for me. I'm not making yesterday's mistake of staying up till almost 10 a.m. That's probably a bad idea. So yeah, not only are we going to need the dozer, we're going to have to invest in that fuel truck. That way we have a way of filling up remote equipment without having to bring it back to a fuel barrel, that's going to be clutch. If I've got the dozer on a site, why did I get launched way the hell over there? You know, the last thing I need to do is be having to try and bring it to a fuel barrel. So yeah, I'll have to make some tweaks for the sake of the YouTube stream. It's definitely stuttering a bit today and having some issues. I know somebody I can talk to about that off stream, I think. That or just looking at the recommendations, I could probably figure it out. So we'll get this weaseled over here. Now, Moss Frog, question. You recommended cost plus 20%. Now, are you saying cost meaning if I were to go buy those 97 blocks in the store plus 20%? Or are you talking cost of materials plus 20%? Of the mats plus 20%? Well, typically, yes, cost of the materials. But not all contractors would be making their own concrete blocks. They'd be buying them. So that's why I was wanting to clarify on that. And it may end up being 25%, but what we'll do is the cost of the materials makes sense. It's a good metric to go by, but it's, you know, how much extra. Because the thing to consider is, say I go build a house, I'm going to be harvesting all the lumber myself until it gets to a point where you guys say, just go ahead and buy the materials. You know, go ahead and buy the blocks. Until then, I'm going to be doing it all myself. If it gets to a point where you guys are starting to go like, all right, this is way too tedious, just buy the blocks, then I'll just buy the blocks. But what'll likely end up happening is there'll be excess power. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How are you doing today? You know, what'll likely end up happening is I'll have like a mining stream where I'll be gathering materials. You know, I'll spend the stream gathering a whole bunch of coal and iron and copper, or you know, and all of that stuff. That's likely what's going to happen today. Is we're going to decide on some things, like what's going to be the first edition of town, where's it going to go, and then we'll spend the day kind of working on stockpiling material, and then tomorrow work on whatever project we decide on. So, you know, I'll lay out some grade stakes and stuff like that. We'll kind of stake out the area, and then you know, go from there. Like I said, eventually, if you guys decide that, you know, there's not enough progression being made, then we can revisit me making everything and going to a point where, all right, instead of me making everything, I'll buy the concrete blocks, I'll buy the wood blocks or whatever, and then we'll just factor that in with the cost when I get paid out. That's all. because I don't want to sit here and be stuck in the the littlest equipment the entire time without progressing. That's not going to be as much fun. But you know, don't want to. I don't mind the challenge of it. Don't get me wrong there. But I don't want it to be seeming tedious to you guys where you guys aren't enjoying the content either. So, what in the goddamn shit is this? No. No. What in the fuck you think you're doing? Smagging trees? And a big rock? What in the hell's going on? Frickin' what in the hell? It's because I haven't put the dirt down is what the thing is. I haven't painted this road yet with dirt. Once we do, I'm not even gonna bother painting it right now because I'm probably gonna take a little bit more off of this as I go. I just know I need a little bit more fill over here, so we're gonna bring this in, dump it in the corner. Hey, Forest Runner, how you doing? Welcome back. Yeah, see, that's fairly smooth. There's plenty of room to turn around over there, which is what I wanted. We just need to get it smoothed out so that, works. Can't find copper. How do you get copper? So copper, the last I knew, the only way to get that was to take solid rock, blast it, jackhammer it, or rip it with a dozer ripper, and then you would run it through a jaw crusher and fractioner. Too deep. Too deep. God damn it. I dug it down too deep. Son of a gun. Try to smooth this back out so I can get a nice smooth cut. Because I don't... I want to leave that as a little bit of a lip, but I was dug down too deep. I think right about here is where we need to be. Can't get any rocks to break. I put like 5 TNT on one rock and it wouldn't break. Is it floating currently? Because the big question, is it currently floating in the air? Because if it's floating in the air, objects change from breakable to invincible. Might be now because of all the TNT. All right, if the TNT broke all the dirt around it, then your best bet is going to be to save and reload the game, and that'll make a lot of that go away. No, you don't use a nuke, CJ. That just fucks everything up. Don't want to do that. Bless you, dear. Is there a better type of TNT for use on rocks? Anfo is the smallest detonation, but I've always found with the rocks, unless you're only hand mining, taking some sort of a bucket and going near it, if you take the bucket and push down on it, it just kind of, removes it. Yep, I don't want to go too deep. Oh, hey, hi. I'm gonna have to go watch Split on how he made the, his pads in season, was it 2? He had a really great technique. He has a really great technique for making like a perfectly smooth, level pad. So yeah, I'm gonna have to. Poor YouTube, stuttering like crazy over there right now. I gotta do something. The keyframes are all kind of screwy. It seems the bitrate is still screwy. I've tried making changes, but I don't know if some of those changes go through with the current stream or not. I guess this comes with knowing nothing for streaming to YouTube. But it's a start. You can... Oh, I think Moss Frog is talking about blasted rock. So you can pickaxe down to solid rock, detonate an explosive on or next to it, which will fracture it. Then you can mine the material with a hand miner and drop it into a hopper. So you don't necessarily need a wheel loader or a excavator per se to get to it. Not a problem there, Forest Runner. But yeah, the only way to get copper is from bedrock, solid rock. Directly hand mine the blasted rock. Yeah, but when you get there, it's solid rock until you put an explosive on it. Does it become blasted rock now when you pick up the solid rock? Because that could have changed with this last patch. Gray looking rock, and it says blasted rock, huh? Well, normally you get blasted rock from solid rock that you blow up.
There's no way you crush the pig.
So that's why I'm... You'd have to send me a picture where you're getting the blasted rock. That's the only way I knew of to get blasted rock was to blow up solid rock. So yeah, I'm not sure about that one. Making a little bit of progress. I'm gonna try and ramp this the best I can. Don't think I'm gonna... I think I am gonna need more material over here. But what we'll do is I'm going to... I get a little bit more height there to cut down. I've got this material here to take out. So there's still a fair amount of material for me to pick up. But I'm gonna take another layer off of this. Bring the roller over to flatten things back out again. 2 picks in Discord. Alright, give me a second. 2 picks in Discord. Yeah, so this is solid rock here. So you're saying you're hand mining that and getting blasted rock out of it? Yeah. Interesting. Because that's actually solid rock, and normally the only way to get rid of it, I guess, with the new hand, with the pickaxe situation, I guess it would make sense that you would get blasted rock from it. Um, I'm curious what you would get if you were to try and dig it with a wheel loader right now. Because I know, like a wheel loader will get a little bit of solid rock when you're digging. And he did say something about making a change for solid rock to get processed. So maybe now it's still really difficult to dig. It's better to blast it to dig it, but maybe it just gets picked up as blasted rock now instead of being solid rock when you pick it up. Until he changes the plant to process it, maybe. I'm spitballing. I have no idea until I get down to solid rock myself and mess around. I mean, I suppose I could go in the back over there and just dig in a little bit till I hit solid rock. Because I'm already, well, I'd still have like another 20 meters to go down before I get to that point. As deep as that wall face, or as tall as that wall face is, it's only about 14 meters. So I'd need another 18 meters down to get to solid rock. Alright, so right now we're up to 97 concrete blocks so far. I have an idea for that area. Perhaps I'll have more material over here than I thought. Can you drop ore from inventory to the hopper? Yes. You can put it on your toolbar, which will actually, you'll end up with it, if you see, I've got it on my hand now, and you can click the button, and one at a time drop it on the ground. It's very time consuming if you're trying to drop it from your inventory into a hopper. I will say that. No, not that I'm aware of. But then again, that was only added this patch. You never used to be able to do that before. Drop it on the ground like that, I mean. So maybe in the future, but or maybe somebody knows a way and I don't yet. You dropped over 3,000? Yowza. That's a lot, Moss Frog. Yeah, that's when you bind something to clicking. That can be like macro down or something like that. Yeah, one piece at a time, yeah. Yeah, a storage box out would be nice. You could plug it in on the beginning of your conveyor line. I wonder if that's been suggested in the on the Discord at all. He has a Discord for suggestions. I don't know if anybody's put that in there though yet. It's very possible somebody's put it in there. And having no trees provides no early game income. Yup.
My love. I have no.
Using wheel loader to get coal seems to be really slow and money in this map. Well, they lowered the price of coal, so it's not worth as much as it used to be. And that's across all maps, NG. They've also adjusted a lot of experience values and things like that as well. So it could just be that it's the new values. I know there's a lot of things that still need to be balanced out, but right now it's more of finishing the repair part of the... Because this patch that just came out with the workbenches is kind of like a two-part patch, if you think about it. Workbenches and repairs. And because the repairs are coming with the next-gen vehicles. But they were always kind of like part of this whole setup, was having call it a two-part deal. So my guess is they're gonna be focusing that there may be like another patch this week, but they're probably starting to focus on the other part of things, getting the repairs in. If I had to guess, so that that can all be finished up. I mean, the game is a work in progress, so right now there's going to be a lot of balance things here and there that need to be adjusted. But as I said kind of to somebody yesterday in my stream, NG, if you look, I think it was to Randy, if you look at the level needed for things now, you can unlock the biggest equipment by level 34. You don't have to be 60 anymore. So it's not as imperative to get really high. Like, I mean, I'm barely able to afford the basic equipment, but I've almost got the highest equipment unlocked. Primarily because, unfortunately, I had to use that frickin' goddamn pickaxe so much Well, and the hand axe and the experience is really really high on those, which I think should be balanced out personally. But I don't know what's coming in the future. I they may do a balance patch before they go on to the next patch. They may start. They may just fix some other glaring issues that may be around, and then come back into a balance pass later. Hard to say, right?
I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Diggy, diggy hole. Diggy, diggy hole. I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Diggy, diggy hole. Digging a hole.
That's right. Diggy diggy hole. Yeah, chopping trees and hand mining is really, really fast XP. It's basically where I've gotten most of my XP, and it may even be like disproportionately so, but it's hard to say, right? Like, I mean, so this is going to be a parking lot for the wardens, I guess you could call it. You see, I got a watchtower over there, so you actually would park your vehicles. You take the little goat trail over and go to the fire tower. So I finished, as I said yesterday on stream, Project 1 is complete. We've got the factory dug out now. Project 2 was to correct the fire tower and make a parking lot. I'm actually being, quote, paid for the parking lot. So I got that dug out off stream last night. Now I'm trying to get this done. It's funny that the shadow has no head. Or the head has no shadow when you're in first person view. But when you go to third person, there's a head on it. Kind of funny, isn't it? Shoes on? It's already 8 o'clock, buddy. Come on. Come on, you stupid rock. I'll smooth this out a little bit. We'll figure out where we need to go with the, You too, buddy. But I still got a little bit material to cut out. But it'll be a lot easier if I have a level surface to work from. 'Cause I'd like to have like a half to a quarter of the block sticking up above the dirt. But yeah, he did some really good job with the world building, and these are only early worlds, right? They're only gonna get better as when he does a like an Unreal 5 world build later. Go away, Rock. Yeah, I'll make sure it's all painted like this when I'm done. It's gonna lumpy and bumpy some areas, but I can do these numbers to help fill in the time for chicken. Nice. Oh, that chicken. Thank you, Mr. Crisis, for the chicken dance. I forget how long this damn thing is. How's it going, David Moon? Thank you, Moss Frog and Crisis. Yet the chicken dance. Doing all right. Doing all right. We're making some pretty good progress here at the mine. I should say at the mining and construction company. Found a mining hack glitch. There's a couple of them going around for us. What's the one you found? Open the map and auto mine after closing it. Really? Huh. I'll have to plug these a couple times to get them to actually take in some cases, but it'll be hand mining, then without stopping, open the map and move your mouse around and let go. Huh. Yeah, I'm willing to bet it's similar to the issue I encounter occasionally with the right-clicking the material on the workbenches. When you exit the workbench, it thinks you still have the right mouse button held down until you click it again. Probably similar. Alright, so we need to cut this down a little bit. Probably to right about here. This is the part that becomes really, really tough. Especially with the fucking bumps. that's about the height we need. I just need it to stay smooth. Well, there's tricks to help out Crisis. It's just knowing the tricks. There will be some need of pulling material out of there, I believe. Alright. For those on YouTube, I apologize for the stuttering. I'll try to fix it after stream. But I do appreciate you coming in. Those on Twitch, yes, I am multi-streaming today. Hey there, Raphael. How you doing? Alright, sweet. What in the motherfucker? Where did you come from? That was... Okay. Jump out of the roller and there's a fucking tree. That was a good one, chat. Like, hello! How are you? Twitch integration, add random tree. Yeah. You're handing me a banana. A banana in the tailpipe. Two. I love Axel Foley. Beverly Hills Cop, fuck yeah. Right now, it's just a kind of a parking lot for the watchtower, for the warden service, if you will. I know. I saw that. It's a Netflix deal. I love that they got most of the original cast back for it, yeah. But can you make bags? You can only buy the bags of cement right now. You can't make them, unfortunately. I think it's coming in a future patch, but for right now, you can only buy it. I don't know as if I'd like to see full-on production simulator, but I like the being able to do the hard mode survival where you can essentially make most of your stuff instead of having to buy it. I like that aspect of it. Um, but you know, I don't want it to start taking away from the mining aspect of the game, right? Like, it's cool, you know, we'll be able to make our own parts and produce stuff from the ore we make and things like that. I get it. That's kind of like what Farming Simulator did with 22. All right, here's your productions for the wheat and the oat and the other odds and ends you make. You know, but yeah, like I don't want it going the route of Satisfactory where suddenly we're belting this to that and you know so on and that's I think a little too much. But you know, hey, give us the ability to make our own materials to make our own conveyor belts potentially, and um, you know, our own hoppers and stuff like that. You're already adding all these other parts. It's not that much further to be able to make hoppers, conveyor belts, stuff like that, so we don't have to buy them. Then you can do a full-on hard mode where you don't have to where you don't buy anything at all, you make everything, which I think would be really cool. Well, all right, 1 second, chat. I'm gonna let me modify this, that. Stop this and dismiss. Let's restart and see if this fixes the YouTube issue. There we go. There, hopefully, unfortunately, it's going to have cost anybody that was on YouTube their thing, but we'll see if that helps fix. Why is it still 12,000? I've got it set to cap at 10. Whatever. Weird. Hope the dev is watching your streams. A lot of good ideas from chat. I don't know if Christians ever come into my streams or not. Come on, you stupid thing. Open. Sometimes I really hate opening bananas when they don't want to break open and you're like mushing the shit out of the top part of the banana while you're trying to open it. Frustrating. Use the jaws of life. Well, thankfully I've got a little bit of a nail on my thumb, so I can kind of like cut the top of the banana some with my thumb. But doesn't always work. Alright, we still gotta pull that part down, and I can take that material, fill along this edge a bit more. Whoops, my bad. Hitting the microphone. Yeah, I still gotta cut this a little bit more here. I've got a little bit to fill right through there and along that edge. And then I think I can manually fill to this edge here. Nope, nope, don't do that, dummy. That. Few people who only eat green bananas, yeah, no thanks. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't like them half brown. But, you know, as long as they're yellow, I'll eat them. Of course, my wife will occasionally buy bananas, and her and I are the only ones that really eat them in the entire house, so that gets annoying. Alright, I'm going to leave that like that. I'm going to come in here with this. We are getting low on fuel in this thing. Won't eat those things. No, no thanks. Give me a regular banana. Anything finger related I'm eating is chicken fingers. There's right up against that. Right in there. Eat the banana peel. No. Yeah. lose. Till they lose. All right. This spot over here. Roll this and see how we're looking. Yep, that's what I'm doing. Thanks for the clip there, CJ. Alright, we're gonna have to take a couple scoops off of that edge right there. Mossrog, thank you for the lurk and the drop in the base. And Dragonfire, welcome in! Exclamation YT. Get you my link to YouTube. It'll come up every now and then in chat anyway, but exclamation YT will get you the link. You miserable grass. Yeah, come back now, you son of a bitch. Oh, what in the... Screw you. You know what? Screw you.
And they call it a mine. A mine!
They sure do, Uncle Henry. They sure do. At least somebody does, anyway. Maybe not me, but somebody calls it a mine. Yeah, I'm gonna park right over here. We can take a little more of that, put it along this edge. Appreciate it there, Mr. Dragonfire. Mr. Dragonfire or Dragonfire. Really don't know if you are a Mr. or a Mrs. I shouldn't assume. YouTuber Andrew Camarada's place at Mountain. Well, I appreciate that, Uncle Henry, but I know the channel, but I'm not familiar with the with what you're looking for. You're an old mister? All right, well, I'll keep that in mind. You want a logging tractor? Eventually. They do want logging to come to the game, and you got to remember, North Modding Company from Farm Sim Modding did a lot of logging equipment. Nice. Yeah, like I said, I'm familiar with the channel. I'm just not, I recognize the channel name, but I don't watch the content. If that, if that makes sense to you. Like, I've seen his channel. I know he's collabed with some other content creators that I do watch, but I haven't watched his channel. So, and of course, because I watch other things like occasionally I'll watch Dirt Perfect or Let's Dig 18, and there's similar channels. I'll get the recommended for his channel as well. So. You watch Dirt Perfect? I don't watch him as much as I watch Let's Dig, but I do watch him occasionally. Um, but yeah, I watch a lot of Let's Dig 18. Of course, if you're familiar with Let's Dig 18, you're probably familiar with Billy Good because of the pawns and stuff and things that Let's Dig's done for him. You prefer Let's Dig as well, Red Swamp? By the way, welcome back. Cole the Cornstar, I can't fucking stand him. I did. I did watch him, and then all of his shit got stupid clickbaity and, just, nah, I've got better things to do with my time. I mean, I'll watch the Welkers occasionally. I do watch, Larson Farms, Mike Mitchell. But yeah, Cole got wicked clickbaity with his stuff, and it got grating. Like, I mean, dude, stop selling your soul. Have a little bit of integrity, and why the clickbait bullshit? It started to become more apparent that, like, his channel seems to rely much more heavily on the YouTube money than being a successful farm. It's like, be a farm first, the YouTuber second. Of course, I do watch a ton of Millennial Farmer. He's one of my favorites. But Millennial Farmer and Larson Farms, I like those two a lot. Any homesteaders? If it's a specific channel, I'm not sure, but I do watch a couple channels that are kind of homestead based. One of them is what's it? Chris something or another. Chris something or another. I can't remember. I don't remember exactly what his channel name is. Um, Griggs Farms. He's a Tennessean farmer. No souls involved. Nice. Country View Acres. I haven't seen that one. Oh, yeah. If Homesteaders is a specific channel, I am not familiar with that one. I can tell you that much. All right. All right, 99, 100. 104 concrete blocks. Farming folder in your browser. Wow, that's a lot, Red Swamp. Whoa, hey, hi. Alright, so 104 concrete blocks. Let's get down here. Well, so much for dirt stopping the trees. I used to be a contractor, Henry. I did construction and renovating and stuff. Stay away. Go. So we get 104 concrete blocks up there. But the parking area is done. At least I would say anyway. Hundred and four. We're gonna need a couple more. I don't like that I can see the bottom of those like that. I want them stuck in the ground. It's been 50 years in heavy construction. Thankful every single day. Never seriously hurt your back. Yeah, in my case, it's a degenerative thing. One doctor says osteoarthritis. But I think they're all discounting the autoimmune disease I have that nobody ever really seems to account for. So my guess is it's not just a degenerative osteoarthritis. I think it's more. But trying to get the doctors to look beyond that is really tough. Alright, we're gonna park this over here. I need to buy Another stack of 100 of these. I need probably... I'm going to make a full stack of them, but I think I only need a few over there for that. We're at 104, plus a couple more. Let's grab the water we have. Grab the water. I'm gonna need a few more there, and that's what I'm gonna end up using for the retaining wall anyway. So we'll start making those. I do have a fair amount of these I can put down. 104. I just need to keep that in mind is all. There. I'll get a couple back from there as we start to do that. I need a concrete pad here, so I'm going to need quite a few concrete blocks still. Didn't end up using the stairs at all. Go like this. I don't know, it's probably soon. I honestly don't know why I haven't yet, but come on, remerge. Meh, you bastard. You bastard. Alright, 104. Let's go up and finish off the last of the, last couple blocks there. And then I can start placing the chamfered ones in the actual location there. 5, 6, 7, 8. Good enough. 108. How are we looking over here? Good enough. 108 concrete blocks. 109. 109 concrete blocks. So, how much does it take to make 109 concrete blocks? It's 3 water and 9 cement, right? So 327 on the water, $12 a barrel. And then we go... No. 981 times 110 on the concrete bags, cement bags. No. Hold on. There we go. So my cost was $112,000 in cement bags and water. Moss Frog said 20%. Do you guys feel 20% is enough for the work I did up there? Should it be a little higher? Let me know. I will deal with that in just a minute. Basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to find out how much a I'm going to make a bunch of wood blocks. Right here, I'm going to make these wood blocks. And then I'll sell off some of these wood blocks as my way of being paid for the work I did. While you guys are trying to decide that, whether I should get paid a little more, a little less, you guys choose. In the meantime, we're going to start working on some more coal so I can start getting some more steel manufacturing going. Because in between these projects, we need to make progress on the plant. It's all pro bono work for a write-off. That's harsh. Ow. You did hear the part where it was going to be a I'm building a mining town, and the idea is to try and help offset costs so I can still buy equipment, right? That's harsh. I'm a mega corp though. Well, the idea is I'm a construction and excavation company, which they get paid for their work. Every extra point in your return takes a point off mine when I move it on, so the lower you make, the more I do. Alright, well, let's do this then. I'll start a poll quick. Um... Building. 20%. Not percentage there. Oh. Let's see. Um. We played for There you go. I started a poll. When it comes to building in the mining town, should I get repaid plus 20% for my work? Not repaid at all? Repaid for only the things I buy in? Or suck it up, Buttercup. And the gold bars, geez, I gotta get over here and roll more of this. The gold bars are only going to be sold as a way of like, all right, I need to buy a dozer, but sell some bars type of deal, or I need money, sell some bars. But my original plan was that once I had a vehicle, which I have a vehicle now, I'm only going to be able to sell things at the actual store in town, the general store or whatever. So I'll have to drive there to make my sales. I may even do it where, oh hey, hi. I might do it as well where the, words are hard. Blah, 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 blah. I might do it where I have to drive there to buy stuff too. Yeah, I'm pretty far from town, but this thing cooks right along. Paul makes you sad, Chad is mean. Yeah, Chad is mean. The thing you gotta remember about polls, Forest Runner, especially in this case, I'm supposed to be doing this as a survival-esque build, hard mode. I'm expecting chat to be mean, but it's also a lot of times polls when you're a streamer become a meme. The idea is, you get like 50, the chat will try to like 50-50 it, or they'll take the mean way out or something like that. So I'm expecting it in some instances. How much do those sell for, I wonder? I wonder, $1,100. Holy cow. A piece. It's pretty hefty. Ooh, excuse me. A lot of times, yeah, Red Swamp. Uh-huh. Right now, repaid for materials plus 20% has a slight lead over Suck It Up Buttercup. Which, means I get shit all. Suck it up, Buttercup, and not repaid at all are essentially the same thing. The next thing I plan to buy is going to be a bulldozer. Just because I'm going to need it for some of the stuff I want to do. I mean, go build a house, I'm going to need to move a lot of material and strip it. And it's a much faster job to use the dozer to take the material and shove it to one side to, like, flatten a lot than it is to try and use the wheel loader. The dozer, especially once you get good at it, is much quicker for that. I still need to finish building the road in places between here and town, which the dozer will be very, very good for. That's one of those things where it's really needed to get some of the projects done, so the dozer will be the next purchase in line. After that, it'll probably be upgrading the haul truck. What I'll probably do is I'll probably buy the trailer for this and try it out. I don't know how well it's going to work trying to dump the trailer and then jackknife this. If I have to hook up and unhook every single time, that's going to be a real pain in the ass. Which is, not going to be fun. But in order to meet this one, it's that haul truck. In order to exceed it, it's that haul truck. So it'd be $700,000 to be more volume than this. So dozer next, then an excavator. Because I've got stuff I'm going to need an excavator for, so I'm looking at like this 530 here. The 530 or like the 480. Because the 480 and the 530 are the same volume bucket. But this one's a little bit bigger, so probably that one. I can sell the gold for a pretty penny, yes. But it's, 3,000 bars is not even going to buy me the dozer yet. Because the cheapest dozer is $540,000. Yeah. and that, hence the poll of, do I get repaid for that? Which, as I said, was 112 grand. Yeah, something like that. If I don't get repaid for the building, it's going to slow things down with my progression of machines. I'm okay with it if that's what chat decides. But, it's up to chat. Right now, the being repaid plus the 20% is a little bit of a... it's a little ahead. Which means I would make a little bit of profit for doing these jobs beyond what I get for the job, if that makes sense. Or what I spend on the job. Oops, I missed. So I know I need a lot more steel and things like that. So we're gonna spend a good part of today. I'm gonna dig a few more coal trucks. We'll get a few more iron trucks dug and start working on this whole setup. Whoops. I was supposed to hit the truck, Chief. And yeah, right now it's 6-5 with a minute left in the vote, with getting repaid plus 20%, a slight bit above that. Um, but as far as making money towards things, basically running pay dirt is probably going to be one of the only money makers I have. Oh, 7-5, taking a little bit of an extra lead as we go through this. But I have a few ideas that might help. And you know that's going to come down to a chat vote too. Um, JC Gaming over on YouTube asked, no poll over there. I'm sorry, JC Gaming. I don't even know really a lot of the YouTube commands. My first time ever streaming over there. So I'm gonna have to spend some time this afternoon learning like poll commands. I don't have a anything set up for if I get subscribers over there. So I apologize if anybody's subscribed over on YouTube. I don't know for sure, because I don't know where those notifications are yet. So this is kind of a trial thing today. It's working. It's not the greatest quality. I know I'm going to have to make some changes to that to try and improve it for tomorrow. I think it's still a little glitchy looking. I don't know for sure. So you'll have to let me know, JC Gaming, if you could, please. Trying to vote twice to help you out. One for here and one for there. I gotcha. But it looks like it ended with a repaid for materials taking the lead. So we will get repaid for the materials plus 20%. So if we add that times 1.2, and it was how much for... Oh, no, hold on, over here. I don't have it in my inventory, dummy. Alright, like that. Peace out. $1,100. No. Hold on. What the hell are you doing? I need to sell 120 of those wooden beams, wooden blocks. 240 planks. 360 wood beams to get that. So we're going to be at, what, 49 and... Be $2,000. And pretty much, chop chop. I need about 200 logs. We're going to go choppy choppy for a few minutes. The only annoying part of doing this is gets you so much XP. I don't like it. You should get way less XP for this. Should also get a few more logs in some instances, but... You know, that's part of that balance pass that I'm sure will come later on. What again was it you were wanting me to do for you on the YouTube side? Oh, I mean, on YouTube, but just, I'm not 100% sure on a lot of the stuff over there. The quality I know is, it's a little jittery at times. I'm hoping it's better. I've been making some tweaks and changes. It's just hard to keep a view up of that and my stream and everything else going on at the same time. But if people could like and subscribe over there, it helps out with, you know, algorithms and shit like that. You know, just kind of let me know what the quality looks like is much appreciated. While I experiment with multi-streaming. Seems better now that I made some changes and restarted the stream. So it does seem a little better. It's not as choppy, and it doesn't seem to be dropping as much. Maybe it was something that where I couldn't change the settings while the stream was live. I'm not getting as many of the warnings as I was getting before. But we'll see. I don't expect it to. I don't expect YouTube to, you know, do much. We'll see. I mean, who knows? Maybe I get surprised. One of the things I'm going to do later on is going to be setting up I've got some other things in mind for those that want to help support me in a more direct way without having to, you know, pay Twitch a big chunk of of their support. Aside, I mean, there is a donation link, but I know not many people use that. So about another 70 trees or so. But yeah, I mean, at this point, as I said yesterday, I really don't have much other options available to me other than to try and better take advantage of monetizations of my streams and channel. So, that's kind of what I want to try and do, is look at some of that without necessarily pushing a stupid amount of ads on people and stuff like that. I hate having to run the ads I do on Twitch. So if I can get away from it, I'm absolutely going to. I appreciate that there, Dragonfire. Chop chop. Thank you there, CJ. I'm assuming that's you there, Mike Jank. I'm butchering your last name, and I apologize, CJ. But I recognize the just go with Mike. I recognize the symbol. So yeah, I'm gonna have to get familiar with moderation stuff over on YouTube. Yeah, yeah, I thought it might have the Y sound to it, but brain went, eh. Is the E more of an A, or is it Yankee? German. Ah, I gotcha. Show up here for you? No, on Twitch, no logos really show up. It's just your name. And then, of course, you can have the little sub badge or the, whatever icons next to your name. You can kind of choose those under chat. But over on YouTube, it's usually a logo or a regular face or whatever. Alright, there we go. About 240 trees. That should be plenty. Knock a couple more of these down on the way. Yeah, in the case of YouTube, it's usually whatever you put as your information when you signed up. So it'll be your real life name. Some people used a screen name or something like that. So that'll get me to 169. I need all of that anyway. Alright, so while that's doing its thing, we still have a fair amount of this running. Your channel logo. Ah. Go. It's getting dark, chat. It's getting dark. Alright, what's that one say about the stream health? Aha. Now the bitrate's going down over on YouTube instead of whatever. It's too high, it's too low, it's too high, it's too low. Figure it out. Figure it out. Yeah, YouTube's probably going to have a little bit more of a delay than Twitch is going to have, probably. Bailed this morning, wasn't ready to wait. Not a problem, Cope. It happens. I will say this, at the moment I can't monetize anything on YouTube, so I can't even run ads over there. But we'll start getting this dug out. I'll probably get couple trucks of coal, couple trucks of steel. We'll get that, or iron rather. We'll get that processing, and then cutting ads off. I don't get any money anyway. Yeah. You need to up your emote game? Yeah, well, yeah. I'm just not very creative, Henry, when it comes to that stuff. I don't know how to make animated emotes or any of that stuff. And, you know, given the monetary situation, paying someone for emotes is kind of out of the question. I have talked to somebody about it, even making some animated emotes, but like I said, when you're limited funding, you focus on things more important than emotes. And when I sit here trying to think of emotes, it's like, well, maybe this or maybe that, but I can't draw. I don't art. crowdsource it. Ow. Hey there, King Primal. Did I delete buildings? No, Cope. I didn't delete any buildings. I'm just not near the town. I'm still building my buildings. Come on, back up. Alright, we'll grab another load of coal. And then we'll go start on a couple loads from the iron mine. The taller side bed, yeah. But at the same time, a taller side bed's gonna make it hard to dump into with the current loaders. So, yeah, I mean, who knows what's gonna happen with those too, and the next gen vehicles, right? Made up your mind yesterday, might go 510, then go big. Oh, have to start over. You didn't like the setup on yours. Why start over, Cope? Just adjust and change things up. You can pick everything up and start, start over without starting over. Hey, Darius. Yeah. No, I was talking to Cope, King Primal. I'm sorry, Darius. Yes, Premier Gaming 20. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How are you doing? Tried doing hardcore. Tunnel keeps falling in. You have to support it with roof pieces, Cope. Now look what you made me do, Darius. I'm stuck. Thank you, kitty. You got me stuck. So what you need to do, Cope, is support it with roof pieces, wood pieces, steel pieces, the grading bars. There's a lot of stuff that you can get that'll help support the roof. But yeah, you just need to support it with something. What, handsome? Oh, alright. Alright. I'm sorry, Chad. I need to make a kitty happy. Yeah. A turn up. Make it. Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going? Yes. Where are you going? Where are you going, you silly boy? Ow. What can I do for you, you silly kitty cat? Greetings from Ireland. Well, welcome in. Welcome in there, Premier Gaming. I am doing alright this morning. How about yourself? Actually, before I forget, it's that time. One of these little guys. I need two of these little guys over here. Yeah, you gonna lay down right there, Darius? Okay, kitty cat. He's my handsome boy, yes. Need a plan for your dig site? Right now you're just mindlessly digging. Whoa, hey, hi, how are ya? Yeah, I'm kind of making plans for my area. All good, all good. Enjoying the bank holiday where you are. Nice. Nice, that's awesome. Making a mess. Anyone ever work at banks these days? My wife works at a bank. She works for TD Bank. Person across the road for you works at a bank there, sir, Red Swamp. God, I'm making a mess with this. Tipped my toe in the wrong water there. Eh. She works more in like customer service than she does the actual bank because she's sitting like right there. And as you can tell, I'm definitely not in a bank. Yeah. Yeah. What you should have asked, Zodiac, is does anybody actually work as a teller anymore? Because they still get you in the repayment department. Well, no, it's not necessarily AI working. Yes, it's an AI thing saying you missed the payment, but there's definitely somebody in that department when you need to call to make that payment. Computer's fixed, back up and running. That's awesome, Jedi Horn. Awesome. Can someone over on Twitch make sure Mr. Jedi Horn gets a shout out? If not, I'll grab it in a second. Remember anyone besides me? Remember when banks were only open 10 to 3, 5 days a week? Would help if I did the right thing there. I don't think they've ever been open only till 3 o'clock in my lifetime, anyway. Wowzer, it is dark at night in the snow. When they accepted cash. When banks accepted cash. Use the roof tiles to make a fall ramp into hoppers. Yes, Forest Runner. Hello?
Good morning.
How's it going there, Neon?
It's going.
That's good.
Yep. Round and round and round.
Is that as the world turns, so to speak?
Yep. Finally got our first snowfall yesterday.
Awful late in the winter for you guys to finally get a snowfall, huh?
Yeah. And it's still only like, not maybe 3/4 of a foot, somewhere around there.
Yeah, you guys are going to be in a drought. You're going to attempt to build a fall hopper like yours in the future. You keep burying your hopper. Yeah, you can use any sloped roof tile to make a fall hopper.
Yeah, you think the fires up here but were bad last year, just wait till this summer.
Guess it depends on how many people they have starting the fires. I mean, wait, what?
Yeah. Good point. Good point. So how's Darius and the family doing?
I'm doing all right. Kids are at school, wife's working. I'm just kind of plugging away until I do have physical therapy this afternoon, but till then I'm just kind of plugging away.
I got 2 more days of freedom and then back at her.
Yeah, in my case, I think I've got weather coming in. The joints feel like it, you know what I mean? Let's take a look, actually. Let's take a look. Do I have weather coming in soon? Nope, I don't. It's just awkward. Oh, it's a whopping 15 degrees today.
Olay.
Fahrenheit.
Yeah. Warmer here.
Always weather, just not always bad weather. Yeah, it's kind of what I was referring to, though, as the bad weather, more than anything. That does not go as far up as I thought it did. I saw that streak, I figured it went further up here. Guess not. Sun till Friday where you are? Yeah, it's looking like sun until maybe Friday, Saturday for me too. Come on. You can do it, little buddy. No, no, not all dishes containing pasta are spaghetti. Zodiac. Got your mind?
90%
Penne,
of them
there's
are, though.
ziti, there's elbows, there's spaghetti, there's angel hair, linguine,
Tortellini.
and tortellini, yeah. Lasagna, oh.
Oh. It's been a minute.
Yeah. Last really good lasagna I had was the ones I used to make, but I don't have $150 to make a lasagna.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about that.
Well, the thing had come out like 12 to 15 pounds. You know, I mean, the thing was crazy. All right. We need, what, 70, so 71 more. 71 more planks, and then... That not work? Made one, didn't it? I'll be 85. When the planks are done, we'll start the other 25 of those. And then we'll head to town, pay that stuff off. You guys are good. How we looking? Steel. There. Slowly start filling that out while I go. Once we get the pad down here done, then we'll start working on finishing the floor up here. But I need to get an excavator so I can trench in for the moving of the conveyors. All right, so I don't even know how much they'll sell for. We'll figure that out later. So, while that's processing... Hey, Wade, how you doing? Alright, I could have sworn... Yeah. Oh, ad break is in progress. I didn't even notice. I'm gonna hit the BRB. I need to go use the bathroom. 1 second, chat.
Mr. NBC.
What's up, hero?
How you doing, bud?
I'm still alive.
Well, that's a good thing, right?
Well, I don't know. Let's see
Oh.
where the goes. Nah, I'm doing good.
That's good.
I got no complaints.
Nobody would listen even if you did.
Oh, you would.
Well, I would.
I know you would. So. How you been?
I've been good.
No, that's good. That is good. What you been playing?
Lots of SnowRunner.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I think I got that game. I don't know if I've ever. I know I've never tried it. I don't know. I won one of them. I can't remember if it was snow or mud from Dave. Way back in the day. I've never even installed it, I don't think.
Sorry about that, chat. Hey there, NBC. How you doing?
How you doing, big guy?
I'm surviving.
So, I don't mean to take over your stream, but can we talk about a game?
Which one?
Satisfaction.
Satisfactory? Haha, pinch poke, yell me a
So-
Coke. Jinx.
I saw that video, the night
Snuts
before
video?
or whatever, and I was on my phone and I couldn't post it, and I was like, Darius will take care of that. I wake up the next morning and I saw you already had it posted. That was awesome.
Yeah, the 1.0 is being the next one is like, fuck, yeah.
Yeah. Well, and
Yeah.
you know, just the way everything went. Of course, I got to admit, I don't know if you did or not, but halfway through that video, I'm like, what the hell is going on here?
I caught on that he was trolling the shit out of everybody pretty quick off. Machine,
Yeah.
guns on machines. Wait a minute. Lasers. All
Yeah,
right, you're
I was
trolling
good until
now.
the guns on the machines, and I'm like, wait a minute, are they, something isn't right here, you know?
Yeah, he pops up 3 more updates. I'm like, 3 more updates. I had expected like maybe update 9 and then 1.0. if they did an
Yeah.
update 9, because update 9 was supposed to be the multiplayer update, but they put a lot
Right.
of that into update 8. So it's
Yep.
like, are they even going to bother with an update 9? It's,
Right.
you know,
So,
and then when I see 3 more, I'm like, wait a minute, 3 more. That seems stretched. Like, what are you going to add? Maybe tiers 9 and 10, and then like something
right.
else, but
Yep.
like, how much more are you guys really going to add before you add more content?
Right.
So something seemed a little off, and then all of a sudden he starts talking about the guns and this and that. I'm like, all right, yeah, you're bullshitting now.
Yeah.
But yeah,
But
I'm pretty excited for that, because I did immediately sign up for the beta.
oh, I did too.
So who knows what'll happen with that? I'm not expecting to be picked up, but you never know.
Now, because what was it? Was it 300 or 500? And I'm like, yeah, that's not me.
Is that all they said? I know you said it was going to be a limited beta.
Yeah, I'm. For some reason, I want to say I saw somewhere it was going to be like 300 to 500.
Well, you never
So,
know. It would have been nice to say, yeah, I'm a content creator. I play a lot of Satisfactory, but
yeah,
I get a feeling a lot of it's going to come down to do you do dedicated? Do you own a dedicated? Those questions.
right.
I think a lot of it's going to come down to that, because again, one of the big things they need to work on for 1.0 will be multiplayer.
Oh yeah, yeah, and with one of their biggest reasonings being that they're all going to come back together and work on one project. I think they have all the data they need, so that's why they're going to go forth and not do the update 9. But
Yeah,
I was
well,
stoked when I saw that.
again, it's like I know early on update 9 was rumored to be the multiplayer update, but then they snuck a lot of it
Right.
into 8. So it's like, are they
Yeah.
even gonna bother? I
Yeah.
was curious, I figured they may not bother quite a ways back, because again, uh you know they did a lot of the multiplayer stuff, so who knows.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, like, well, is it gonna even still be Sam, or was that a
Yeah.
placeholder name?
Right.
All of the artifact stuffs, are they even gonna is Summer Sloop even gonna remain the actual name of those?
Well, I know that there's still 3 more biome updates that are coming. They may not be major ones, but there are some more tweaking that they are
Yeah,
doing
they
in at
they
least
wanted to
3 of
do
the
some of that.
biomes.
Yeah, they had quite a few they wanted to still finish updating.
Right. Yep.
1.0 is going to be a lot of fixes for Deddy servers as well. Yep. Um,
Hey,
the
Datsun and Pompies.
How's it going this morning, by the way, Pompies? Um, so the other question is, hey CJ, could I get a shout out for Neon and NBC? Can you get a second? Um, how much of that might have been snuck in with update 8 and the Unreal 5?
Right. That's the other
Did
thing.
did they
We just
already
don't know.
mess with some of those biomes, because they were always listed to be minor tweaks, more for visual and things like that? Were some of
Yep.
those already put in, and they just never really acknowledged, yes, this was a biome upgrade? Because let's face
Well,
it,
it's
the game changed drastically already.
oh yeah, without a doubt. But it's just like, are the caves already in there and they just haven't made them visible? Because they've been talking about 5 more caves
Yeah,
that they're
and
doing stuff in the caves, and are they already there, but they just haven't made them visible?
well, I know some of them are there, because I actually broke into one and immediately got that world edge, you're going to die.
Right.
So it's peace out of this cave. So they
Yeah.
could already have barriers on them and be there. We just can't really physically get into them. And
Right.
could they just be part of an update 1.0 with the caves?
Yep.
Because there's a cave, I want to say it goes from the one of the entrances was in the, like, right off the northern forest, where like the waterfalls were, and the riverway there next to the northern forest, between like
Yep.
the northern forest and the Crater Lakes
Oh,
area.
yep.
And there was a spot where I was able to like blow something up and sneak into a little bit of a cave, but I immediately started getting like a "you're gonna die" situation going on.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
was losing
and
health, so I was like, "All right, time to get out of here."
that's what makes it tough because I don't get that anymore. Because I put the mod in no boundaries. So, like, I can go to the limits.
Yeah. What they aren't supposedly doing, and I really wish they would, is fix the fact that nodes don't line up with the global grid. Yeah, not being 100%, but the thing is, like, I mean, I get it. A lot of the ore nodes were already in the game before the global grid became a thing.
You know, to be honest with you, I'd like to see him go with like a randomize every time you create your world that the nodes randomly place in there. I think that would be cool.
Oh, move around so they're not always in the
Yeah.
same spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Can't alt tab while flying in a spacesuit with gravity? Not a problem, CJ. I'll get it.
Yeah. No, I'm definitely excited. And my prediction's going to be right before the holidays, around November. But that's pure speculation.
Yeah, I would expect it not until at least fall.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You know, like October, November area somewhere, because they're certainly not going to put it out before their summer holiday, because that would not make sense. The closed beta signups are ongoing, which means they still need to let that progress, because they're not going to open them and then close them 2 days later to make their selections.
Right.
They want that to circulate for probably a month, so my guess is they won't close the applications on that until March. Make their decisions, do closed beta potentially April, May, so they can start getting their data before their summer holiday, which is what, like June, July, and then make final adjustments August, September, release October.
See, I was thinking that you probably wouldn't even see beta until July.
Well, you know you're gonna want, they're gonna want to do the beta before their holiday, because let's
Yeah, I don't
face
know
it,
if they
they
will.
take like the whole month of July off, right?
Right, but if you put it out like right before that, give
you,
that whole month.
you're not gonna want to do that with then people having issues with beta and stuff like that. You're gonna want to be able to solve some of those issues.
Yeah, I guess.
You know, I doubt it's gonna last 2 to 3 years, Zodiac, because they said they want 1.0 out this year, hopefully.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
bro.
they already come out. Yeah, they already come out and said 2024 is the year for 1.0.
So it's gonna be out this year. That beta is supposed to be a limited beta for the tests on 1.0. So yeah, it's 1.0 won't be going to. Yeah, exactly. They're gonna have the beta test, and then it's gonna end up getting released. Once that happens, there won't be an experimental on it.
Right.
So if you can, and maybe beta comes out May sometime, goes through June, July with it, and then they take August, September to make their final fixes. August, September, October, release around November. But I'm figuring we won't get 1.0 until like October, November.
Yeah, I mean, I've got it set in my
Hey,
head. If
Neelis.
I have it before Christmas, I'm happy.
Yeah, exactly. Back in update 5.6 area, they kind of split the team, and part of the team started working on 1.0, and all of its final bits while the other team was working on the rest of it. And now they've melded it all back together again to work on 1.0. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. Story elements are really polished already. Yeah, it's going to be I think again the closed beta asked, do you do multiplayer? Do you have a dedicated server? So I think a lot of the beta choices will be around multiplayer. And if you've got a dedicated server available and stuff like that for the closed beta, so it can be tested on that end. Like you said, the story elements and stuff are probably already really polished because they've been working on them for a while. And then they just need to finish it out, you know? Make sure it all works and plays the way it should, and so on. So we'll see.
Does that mean you'd have to invite total strangers to your dedicated server then?
No, what they might do is be like, hey, you got a dedicated server, we're going to give you 3 keys.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly.
You
We'll
know.
give you access for a couple of people you know that, so on. So Wade, just saying, buddy.
I mean, I can tell you that I can think of 3 right off the bat that'll get it, and I'll be watching all 3 of them.
Oh, I'm sure Bits and Kibitz and Total will get it.
Oh, without a doubt. If they don't, there's something wrong. I'm sorry.
But here's the question: will that closed beta be under NDA?
I
It's
I could
very
see 'em
like
go
it's
either
very
way.
like it's very likely that closed beta will be under NDA so that you
Right.
don't see all of 1.0 before 1.0 comes out.
Oh, without a doubt.
Hence closed beta and not experimental, and it's a limited
Right.
closed beta. I'm willing to bet you if you get approved, you're under NDA.
Oh, without it. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that too. I mean, Giants does that too, you know.
Yeah. So yeah, they'll end up putting those guys under NDA, and they won't actually show it off. Is my guess. All right, one more load of iron, then we will get it transferred into the smelters, do our store run to sell off our gold bars and stuff, see where we're at. And I'm likely going to pick up the trailer for this and give it a try, see how it actually functions. Because if I can start doing trips and have the trailer with it too, then it's twice as effective, right? Neon says he's been in SnowRunner. I haven't played SnowRunner in forever. Just because I had, I think, like the first or second DLC on the PlayStation, and then I came over and I got the base game itself for free out of Epic at one point. But I don't have any of the DLCs or the seasons or whatever they call them. And now there's so many of them, it's like, I don't want to have to spend all that money for all of those.
There's only 12 seasons.
Yeah, only. And how much a piece?
I don't even know. I usually buy the season pass, so.
Because the season pass is like, what is it, like 20, 25 bucks?
Probably about that. It's like $40 my money, so.
Oh yeah, exchange rates. SnowRunner. which I enjoyed on the PlayStation when I did it.
It can be fun, but it's the only game I've ever rage quit.
Oh, it can very much be rage inducing, that game.
I actually did it last night again.
Yeah, it's very easy to rage quit that game because you're going along, everything's good, and then all of a sudden the vehicle bounces and your whole thing tips over. You're a 20-minute drive from the nearest garage or any
Yep.
recovery vehicles, and you're like, F this shit.
Yep, that's what happened last night. I flipped over and I'm like, exit right away, and I went fishing some more.
So yeah, it can be extremely rage inducing, that game. Having a
There's so much
conversation about this
content.
game last night, and somebody goes, it'd be really nice if they updated the suspension on the vehicles and out of ore to be like Mud Runner, and I'm like, no.
No.
And I was not the only one that said that. Someone else chimed in with the same thing. He goes, no, they are way too bouncy. You think the dozer sucks now? Because this game right now, the suspensions are really stiff. There's no real travel to them.
Right.
And, you get the slightest little pebble underneath the track of an 80,000-pound dozer, and the thing bounces all over the place. It's really bad. It's worse than Gold Rush's dozers at times. Yeah, suspension. It kind of exists in this game. But it's not great. So it's like it clearly needs to be updated, and who knows what's going to happen with the next generation vehicles, because they're going to have a lot more detail to them. They're much more detailed models. They're all of the quote bones of the vehicle have been changed, which means it very well could be that like tire suspensions and stuff like that work a lot better. Um, which would help with the suspension travel of the machines. But say, like right now, I do this number, that tire really doesn't drop much. I mean, it should drop a bit more. And it does okay on this vehicle, but there's some vehicles it doesn't do very well at all. As far as like suddenly you're on 3 points and you get an entire wheel loader tire just hanging out in the air. Like, why? It should be on the ground. It's only off the ground by about 2 inches, but it doesn't travel downward at all. Stuff like that is, maybe gonna get addressed with the next generation vehicles. Not sure. There aren't many people that know that one for sure. All right, let's let this finish coming into the box here. I'm gonna hold on to these for when we do building. All of it. That's all of it.
I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole.
That.
Diggy hole, diggy hole. I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Diggy hole, digging a hole.
Go. Alright. Looks like you guys are all done. We're all done with you at the moment. getting something. $120 of those to sell. I did say early on in this playthrough that when I got a truck, I would stop buying. I would stop selling direct from the inventory, and I would drive to the store to do it. So I've got a truck now. I need to keep up with that, I guess. Whoa, hey! Not all of this road has been smooth, so it's gonna be bumpy in a few places.
Be right back.
Yep. Of course, some of these roads are a little steep. What I'd like to do is get a bit of a retaining wall along that edge and take some of this into that to take up some of the height difference. Because right here you get a little bit of a rise, then it drops in. I'd like to take this rise, push it all that way. There's a good chunk of height there, which could be used to fill the bottom in and not make it so that it goes down and then back up so much. Soften the slope quite a bit. I have not gotten this far with the roller yet. No, it doesn't, Zodiac. And the thing with the grader is it doesn't give you any of the material, it just deletes material. So it can be used to like shave the ground down smoother. But if I wanted to take that material and push it into the other side, then I need the dozer or a front end loader. But if you do it in a dozer and you start and take a little off, take a little more off, take a little off, and you just start kind of dozing it down in, you can move quite a bit of that material over. But I forgot about the big hole. That's gonna get filled in too. And that's gonna come when I finish the road over here. But a lot of these road projects need to be done with the dozer, so. Like finishing this section, it'd be a whole lot easier with a dozer than it would be with a wheel loader. It's not that bad. It takes patience. Now what I'll do is I need to take I need to come in here and smooth those down. I need to widen this section of the road here. We gotta flatten all that out. If you're still here, Cope, this is my original mine site right here. Just gonna put stuff along the ceiling and then it won't collapse on you. we go. For the vertical? No, it doesn't need them. They're just for looks. Entirely for looks in that regard. Alright. Did that by... Of course you'd spawn just like that. Really? You suck, dude. I thought I had set that to... Controls, joysticks, trailer. Maybe it's because I need to... do that, and then general... Damn you. It's like it's not reading that the trailer's attached. So if I look at the... So control does that, but this is also my frickin' look around shit. So it works there. What if I do this? What if I... in here... Fucking hell. This is annoying that my frickin' the joystick is all... all screwed up. Looney Lurker King. Hey there, dude. New to the game, absolutely addicted. You used the grader thing to get the path like that? No. I did not. I don't have a grader yet. Still working on that. Why are you not... Oh. There we go. Wait a minute. These are backwards. Okay. There we go. Try that. So this part of the path was already here. I'm on the mine town map. So of course the mine town map comes up over here, and you have this little little area. Whoops, missing my turn. You get this little area over here where it starts, and that's where I started my first pit in the hillside there, where I got my money for my first wheel loader. I used the wheel loader. Ignore this. I still got to come across here with a roller. I only just got the roller. I did all of this with a wheel loader. So this here was all done with a wheel loader and cut out using a wheel loader. And then down here, a lot of this was me just taking dirt in my hand and placing dirt along the outline of where I'm going to have the road in the future. Just the way of kind of marking it. So, you know, I've still got to come over all of this with the roller and smooth it all out. I started doing it and then ran out of fuel and had to turn, or got low on fuel and had to turn around. Now that I have the dozer, I plan on cutting out. You got this little rise right here. I'm going to cut from about where the trailer is to the opening, and we're going to shove it all into this valley here. But I'm going to put in a retaining wall along this this ridge here. I'll put a retaining wall along this ridge so that as I take that material... Whoa, hey, hi. Jesus, she's all over the place. As I come in here, I'll have the retaining wall come along this ridge through here. And I'll use the material to fill in that valley a little bit so it's not as steep coming down that hill. Old Time Gamer, by the way, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the channel. And that leads me to where my factory is, here. And from the factory, we're going to have, you know, obviously I still got a lot of build-up to do here at the factory. I got to finish the floor, build the walls, retaining wall, all kinds of stuff here. So I've got a lot to do here. But the whole purpose of this playthrough is we're going to build a mining town. We're going to expand the mining town with custom buildings. That's going to be my goal of this playthrough. So we've got the factory cut out. I've completed the... Let's go here. I've completed the watchtower quest. So the watchtower I placed up here on the ridge. Gives you a good view of everything going on. And my mine sites for material are going to be here in this valley. As I said, hard mode survival. So the only things I can purchase from the store are things I otherwise can't make myself. If it's a wood wall or a steel roof or any of that, I have to make it myself. I'm also not allowed any loans. So, I place this here. Chat has also voted, whenever I'm doing a construction project for the town, I am allowed to reimburse myself the cost of the materials plus 10%. Or 20%, sorry. So if I have to build a house, and, you know, we're using a bunch of wood walls and wood floors and all of that stuff, I'm going to add up how many floors and walls and ceilings I used, find out how many trees it boils down to, you know, from the planks and the... When you look at how many planks and the beams and all that stuff, it's going to come down to how many logs were used. So I'll add that up, and it'll say, okay, 1,000 logs times 22 plus 20% is how much I get reimbursed for the house. But we'll be doing that in town. And like I said, any materials I need for the factory, I've got iron nodes here in this valley. There's one there, but these ones are the bigger ones that I know of. There is a whole bunch of coal over here. So I'll start pits where those are. Pit where this is, you know, a large pit. So I'll get the pay dirt in between for some gold, for some money. Once we get into bedrock, I'll keep going down. Of course, if it has to get bigger, we'll go bigger, because it'll need a road down into the pit. And eventually, things will expand to include other nodes. And essentially, I'm allowed this valley here. Not to there, but to the hills beyond this ridge. That's where I'm allowed to mine, is anywhere in this valley. So it'll all have to be trucked back to the processing plant. Processing plant is going to have the wash plant and stuff in behind the hoppers that you can see there. They'll lead to a wash plant along the backside of the foundations you see, the little L. That'll be the backside of the building. There'll be a retaining wall behind it. But the wash plant will be on the backside. Then I'll have smelters and CNC machines and everything I need to produce the parts I'm going to use for building. And like I said, chat will vote. Do we build a house next? Do we build a corner store next? Or what have you? And that's how the town will develop. As I go, I'll be doing the... once we get high enough, we'll do the Valhalla Calling quest. Looney Lurker King, thank you very much for the follow and welcome into the channel. As we go, we'll do the Valhalla Calling quest, the Beyond the Horizon quest. We'll do those. And of course, the cell tower, the radio array, they'll be placed somewhere in and around town. We'll have to, make a pad for them, a road to them, stuff like that. One thing I'm contemplating as a source for the town, obviously houses, which will come in small, medium, large. Basically, small will be like a bedroom, bathroom, and then kitchen, living room area. So maybe like a 6x6 foundation. A medium would go to a 10x10, so you'd have 2 bedrooms, bathroom, and then the living area and kitchen area would be separated. Of course, we don't have any decorations, so it's all pretending, using our imagination. So a small would be 6x6, a medium would be 10x10, a large would be 10x18, and some of that would have a garage. Yeah, imagination. And then, of course, if we do a mansion, it'd be the 10x18 with a second floor. Whatever I end up deciding. I don't know if the 6x6 and the 10x10 will be the exact numbers. It might go 6x6, 10x10, then 14 by 18. I'm not 100% on that yet. When we get closer to those decisions, chat will be involved. As we go, there will be, options. It'll be house, and then infrastructure stuff for town. Whatever chat votes on is the next project we'll undertake. If you guys vote house, then there'll be another vote following that to go what size of house. That's how we'll do that. I figure it changes it from just watching me dig to giving a purpose to it all, and keeps you guys involved. You get to vote. We get to role play it out while we're at it. So as we go, we're gonna need there's already a little corner store. There's a bank. We'll need a grocery store eventually. I'm thinking as a passive income, we may do an oil field project if chat votes for it, in which I would find a, let's do this, connect this. I would pick a spot probably somewhere on the other side of this ridge here. Let me just change the weather to clear so we can see what the hell I'm talking about. Go on the other side of that ridge, somewhere in there, where there's not a lot of ore nodes, and we'd level it out, and I would put down 2 to 6 or something like that. Chat would vote on how many of the oil wells we'd put down, and they would fill them up with empty barrels and let them produce oil. Then I could go collect that and sell it as a passive income. So it'll probably be it'll probably be 4 options for each project vote. House, infrastructure, I don't know what, I know, of course I'm open to suggestions too. So I know house is going to be in there. we're going to have to, of course, do road building projects for all of this. One of the votes will include a bridge that is going to go from, it's easier to find now. It'll be going from, like, there's a ridge right here. And I'll be going from this ridge all the way across to this ridge over here. So there's like a ridge here, I think it is, and there's a ridge over here. It'd be a bridge across so we can do projects on the other side, too. So it'd be a 2-lane wide bridge, and I'd have to make all the steel and the concrete for it, stuff like that. So, yeah, we'll undertake some of that stuff. In between, there's obviously going to be just digging on in and around here. Right now, I'm trying to stockpile a lot of ore. I need a lot of coal and iron to make steel so we can get the factory really going. But we'll start the... Why did you get disconnected? That's weird. Weird. Hello, Kirsten. What are you doing? For the White House in Mount Rushmore, it wouldn't be a White House. Of course, right now I'm not sure how to start polls on YouTube yet, because I am multi-streaming. So what it would be is there'd be a 1, 2, 3, or a 4. Those on YouTube could punch in 1, 2, 3, or 4 to correspond with the Twitch poll. How you doing, Rusty Nail? And yeah, we'll just kind of progress through. As I can afford equipment, we'll upgrade, we'll get bigger equipment. So, you know, it could be that as the equipment gets bigger, we need to get a, we need to make a road bigger or something like that. So, back to a road building project. You know, we'll kind of play it by ear. I think it'll add a nice little twist to it, and, Mount Frostmore. You know, it'll be, it'll be a decent project over time. Be able to build the town. So what we're gonna do is, while we're starting here digging, I will kick off the first poll. First town project. House. Infrastructure. So infrastructure would be things like, you know, stores or what have you. Make a gas station so that it's not just the fuel barrel that's in the next to that house. We can kind of maybe ignore that, and we'll actually make a little gas station where it has like a fill-up island type of deal. So that could be an infrastructure vote. And we'll call it income property. So house would be vote number 1. And then if it is house, we'll go to something from there. Infrastructure will be vote number 2. Income property would be vote 3. And income property would be something like we do the, and it would only come up once if it's chosen. That would be something like the oil derrick project, where it's passive income to help expand the mine and stuff like that. That would only be a one-time deal, and then we would expand someplace else. Also, again, Chad, if you're out there, suggestions are welcome as to what another project might be. We can add them into the polls. But we're going to do a 10-minute vote over on Twitch. Again, for YouTube, house is number 1, infrastructure is number 2, income property is number 3. I'm going to hit that poll start now. Make sure you go in and cast your vote if you want. And we'll see what the results are. An airport? Yeah, we could do an airport. That could be an infrastructure project. It wouldn't be as big as Construction Sim, but, you know. I'm only allowed so many choices, though, on the poll, so it's like I've got to manage things. But an airport would actually be a decent infrastructure project. We'd find a spot, make a small little airport to so JC Gaming has a vote for number 2. We'll add that into the infrastructure. Wow, infrastructure went way up there, 9-1 right now. Need a place to live before you set up shop. Yeah, it's a good possibility. To be fair, you could do things like bus stations, etc. Yeah, I mean little projects like, I mean, I say little projects, but it could be any number of things. A small airport would make sense. We're pretty remote. How else did we get, how else did we get here? Need a saloon? It's too dry in Frostville. Yeah. A saloon it would be one, like a tavern or a bar. That could be in there. No, Kiston. We don't do that. You can live in your truck. And then, of course, once the DLC comes along with the decorations, then we would go in and obviously decorate the hell out of everything. So yeah, that's kind of the goal of it all. So we get 2 votes on YouTube for infrastructure. That puts it as 1-12-1. That's yeah. I don't think we're overcoming that. It's going to be an infrastructure vote. So if it's an infrastructure vote, oh Jesus, why is that not going to bulk mode? How do we switch that to bulk? That's tab. Yeah, inventory. Don't know if that's been reported yet. Let's go over to NMC real quick. I don't know as if anybody's messed with that one yet, so bug report. Length is misspelled. The weather tab, solid rock bug. I just noticed something on the new map. Pedals don't work as intended. Resolution of settings doesn't change. Dump trailer not. It does not save. Corrupt save game. Quantity fields. No XP for selling bars of ore. Experience. KW sell menu. Tutorial workbench is lost. It's good enough to have a sleeper. No windows. No. Typo. No sell point on mine town. I'm not seeing search. You're dumping. All the mass is going under the dump chassis. That stuff stays there. I'm going to do a new post because there's no thing for that. It's going to be dump trailer. Can't access dump trailer customization to toggle bulk dirt or change colors, comma, etc. Post. There you go. So we are 1:13:1. About 4 minutes left in the poll. But of course, I'm saying all of this, and we're in ads.
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Well, many people are actually now subbed to the channel, so ads are looking to be going away before long. I don't like that you can't toggle that to bulk dirt. Well then. Oh, another choice for an income property would be an actual, like, pay dirt mine, too, for just digging gold bars. If he hasn't said anything in chat. So I don't know, Zodiac, to be honest with you. I know he's been really busy, so I don't know if he visits many content creators. Well, keep in mind he also works too. Well, that's not gonna do, is it? It's a waste of money. Gotta dig down a little, NG. Yes, so pay dirt is 6 meters down. Good way to show it right over here. Yep, it appears to have a hole in its floor. So the way it works, NG, is 6 meters down is dirt. from 6 meters all the way down to 32 meters is pay dirt. At 32 meters, it goes to solid rock, where it goes solid rock all the way down to infinity, basically. Doctor's appointment. All right, there, Dragonfire. Appreciate the lurks. All right, first project is going to be an infrastructure project. What is that infrastructure project going to be, is the question. We've heard a tavern. We've heard a small airport for suggestions. A bus station wouldn't really make so much sense because there's no roads out of town. Maybe a bus station after we're done the bridge project later on. The bridge project won't come until after there's some houses and some other infrastructure in town. But that is on the list. So an infrastructure project likely could be a fuel station, basic road, yeah. We could go with doing the road between town and here. Getting it fully complete. A maintenance shop. Yeah, we could do a maintenance shop possibly. So, complete the road will be an option, I'm thinking. A small airport would actually make a lot of sense. The question is, where would that airport go? Actually, I kind of have an idea for the small airport. Cemetery? No, not a Walmart. Down the road there will be a Walmart style, a shopping center, we'll call it, grocery store. I mean, I guess we could call it a Walmart, yeah. That could come down the line. You Americanized it, yeah. Appreciate that, Dadson. Because you'd have probably said something European and I'd have been like, a what? So, let's see. Starbucks, but how many corners do you have in town right now? None. Asda, at one point, was owned by Walmart. Ah. ASDA, I'm guessing, maybe? Town. Asda. Alright.
And they call it a
Mine.
A
A mine. Alright. poll will be, which infrastructure project do we start? Complete road to town. And they call it a town. A town! Yep. Complete the road to the town. Small airport makes sense. What I'll do, Jazzcar, you get a good idea with a repair shop, but we're gonna call it a, you know, the little mom and pop. They get the gas station, the body, you know, the repair shop, little tiny store type of deal. Turning out of order city skylines. Maybe that'll be tomorrow's title. Playing construction simulator and out of ore. A tower block. Yeah, not till later. But we'll call it a small gas slash repair station. Any other choices there? We'll need 4 houses before multiplayer comes out. Well, yeah, at least 4, Don. At least 4. I'm guessing it might be more than that. For possibilities on how many people. There you go. You had something on your side. Just fixing it for you. Apparently, underneath the monitor has become the designated place to sleep, not the cat beds. I'm sorry, that won't fit there. Don't look at me like that. Any other choices, chat? Each will need a castle. We could do a castle, given the blocks we've got. That could be a random house project at some point. Do a castle up on one of the hills. Castle Frost. So complete the road to town, small airport, small gas slash repair station, or let's see. I guess the other option would be, wouldn't join unless you get a mansion. You can build the mansion yourself, Zodiac. You've got a whole bunch of map area you can build yourself a mansion in. Mobile fuel truck, yeah, I'm gonna have to buy one of those probably with the money I've got. But let's see. We'll call it a small Walmart. Alright, so option 1 is going to be complete the road to town. Option 2 will be a small airport. Option 3 would be a small gas repair station. And then option 4 would be a small Walmart. So, go ahead. I'm going to start that poll. Let me know your votes. And then once we have a winning vote, goes for YouTube as well. Once we have a winning vote, we will pick a location and start laying out how we're gonna do that. It may not start this stream, but we'll start laying that out. Completing the road to town is taking a lead 3-2 over the small gas station. Oh, we get another vote for the small gas station over there on YouTube. It's now 5-3. For completing the road to town. That's taking an early lead. That's going to be an expensive project, too. We'll definitely need the fuel truck for that. I'm going to need a lot of concrete blocks for that. Luckily, a lot of it's just going to be laying out the concrete blocks and then starting to dozer the material in. So it'll be a lot of dozer work. Roads, where we're going, we don't need roads, off-road vehicles. Yeah, I mean, we don't really need roads. And completing the road to town is basically going to be filling in that one hillside, rolling everything smooth, and then probably over time filling in that the dip between here and the next hill over. But 7-4 in favor of the road over a small gas station. Don't have roads. How would a semi loaded with beer get there? That's a good question. That's not exactly an off-road vehicle. He's got you there, Jaskar. Airdrops. Better pack 'em good. Or 7-4 in favor of the road to town being the first project. Whoa, hey. I need to take that little ledge down. Holy crap. Let them settle before cracking one open, yeah. Don't pop that top immediately. True for truck-delivered beer as well. Yeah, you don't want to crack them right away, most likely. Especially not given the roads in the condition they're in around here. Alright, it reminds me, we wanted to go to trucks. 224 for the fuel truck. Holy crap. And we don't really have much income other than these projects. So alright, let's damn you. I mean, I suppose right now I don't have any use for the aluminum and lithium that I'm getting out of this, so I can sell that off as well. To see if we can't get closer to having the money for a fuel truck. So right now we have 4 minutes left. It is now currently 9-4. We're completing the road to town. Yeah, 9 to 4. 3 minutes to go. Looks like it is going to end up being the road to town. So we're going to have to figure out how we're going to... What is your preferred camera when driving? I usually do the free driver the free follow cam. At least when I'm doing this, don't get me wrong, I do like the free in-cab and occasionally the focused in-cab. Focused in-cab, especially when I'm doing a like excavator work. But a lot of times I haven't been using the focused in-cab as much lately because, well, that. I mean, free in-cab works good too, but in a lot of what I was doing prior to this, it was really bumpy, and it was really bad as far as how shaky the camera was. So I didn't want anybody, you know, getting freaking motion sickness watching the camera bounce all over the place. So, at the moment right now, NBC and Amethyst were around. I don't know if they are currently. I would say it's about 11 a.m. Probably not.
I'm here.
Well, Amethyst is in chat with me. NBC's quiet. Dave hasn't come online yet this morning. I have to look at that later. Is there anything specific you need, Neil? Is Dave streaming today? It's a Monday. No. He wouldn't stream until tomorrow, 11 a.m. And then Wednesday afternoon. He doesn't normally stream on Mondays. Is there something you needed specific other than just wondering if he was streaming or not? You watching the little balls of dirt fall out of the truck, Kistin? He is glued to watching the screen right now with the little balls of dirt falling out of the truck. Just done the update for PV Canyon Crossing. It's already asking for updates on the ranch garage and ranch house. Interesting. Alright, Road to Town wins the vote 10 to 4 over the small gas station. So I'm going to drive this here over to the coal. We're going to load up with a... We're going to grab a load of coal quick. And then after this, we're going to take the truck up to the hilltop and kind of look at what we're going to need for ouch. Materials to fill that all in. We'll start by rolling the road and go from there. And also Sugar Factory. It's a brand new update for me since it's been in America. It's update 18.
Where is it asking for the update?
Is it asking for it in game, Neil, or is it the other question is, did you use the sync function, or did you grab the updates, the update pack? It's a brand new sync as your version was update 15 last. And it's asking for Ranch Garage and Ranch House updates. Is it saying that when you go to load the save before the mods pop up? Once you're in game? Is that what it's asking for it, Neil? And the sugar factory. That's strange. One thing you could try, Neil, is pull those three factories aside. Like, take them out of your folder and try resyncing the update 18 so it grabs the new versions of those files, because maybe something changed and it didn't quite update correctly when it synced. If he did the sync via the mod folder switcher, then it wouldn't matter if he got 16 and 17, because those would automatically be there. The only real question is whether or not he needs to... Where am I going? Going the wrong way. Can't really see much in this thing. Should have followed the smooth ground. Dummy. Yeah, when he said sync, I kind of assumed it was probably the mod folder switcher. I mean, maybe, but it doesn't sound like a Dave thing. It's possible, but it doesn't really sound like a Dave thing.
If he did update anything, you wouldn't know about it unless he uploaded it.
Yeah, it would only show up if he uploaded it. And yeah, and he was doing fishing last night. It'd be nice to maybe take a little bit of this off, but... Yeah, try taking him out and resyncing. That would be my first thought. I'm thinking if I can take a little bit of the top of this off, maybe down to like here, and push it this way. Start the retaining wall like here maybe. Up that way towards that tree. And also have it go up that way, so kind of V it right here. Anything else is great, just those three? Yeah, I would try removing those three and resyncing. Maybe something got tweaked, but not... What in the fuck did you do, cat? Move your fucking ass, dude. What the fuck did you just do? Why am I now not in fucking full screen mode? You little asshole, what the fuck did you do? What in the hell did you just sit on? No, I've got no idea what the fuck he sat on that fucked the window up. Not fucking cool. Don't fucking look at me like that. Was it? Is it F11? Could be. I don't know. It just. Yep, F11. But now why does it look like it shifted up off the frickin' bottom of the... Did it always have that black bar down there? I don't think so, did it? Yeah, but it shouldn't be showing a black bar now. I mean, it shouldn't have a black bar down there now. It should be all the way down. Fucking cat. There we go. Yeah, you can turn off autosave. You go into the... Whoops, wrong button. If you go into the settings and click autosave every off. I mean, it's a good idea to leave it on. Like, I've got it on the hour. You know, it's a long time between autosaves. But I recommend leaving it on at least partially because otherwise you could have a lot of issues. You know, it would really suck to crash 3 hours in. Alright, so we need a shit ton of concrete blocks. We're gonna do the chamfered blocks like we did over there. Yeah, I leave mine at an hour. Still the same? Huh. That's very odd that it would do that.
Did he say where it was asking for the update?
I'm guessing when he first goes into the game and it's like, you know, it asks about, like mods being out of date and stuff as you first try to load it up. Two, three, 4, 5, 60 grand. I just finished baling and wrapping 700 bales in 19 once and it crashed on me. No auto save. Oh, that sucks, Red Swamp. I feel that pain. You know, when you look at the downloadable section, all the rest say installed. The 3 mentioned are at... Oh, yeah, get out of the mod section. Don't worry about that. If you're in the mod menu, those 3 mods were changed and put in as part of the pack for the map but because they exist as versions on the workshop, what ends up happening is because they're a changed version in Canyon Crossing, the game wants to update them. And if you update them, it breaks the map. So don't update them.
Like,
Just
there's more
ignore
than
those
just
three.
Those three though.
There should be more than just those three, yes. Anytime you sync from the mod folder switcher, if the game tells you something needs an update and it's part of the pack, do not sync or do not update because it'll break it.
Yeah, the only thing I ever want to update is mods you installed yourself.
Exactly, yeah. Because Dave will have mods that they may end up with the same name as a workshop mod for whatever reason, even though it's a mod from the pack. And if you update it to the workshop one, it'll break it. I was actually just getting ready to do that, so thank you very much for remarks. We're also going to throw this in here. Go 60, 6 of those running. All right. While we're waiting for those to cook, yes, I have a well for the water. It's right here. Eventually, as we get progressed, there's going to be 2 wells here at the production facility. They'll be sitting right here. There'll be water only from these wells. Again, the income property would be to set up a location for a number of those to make oil out of. Make an oil field. Welcome back, Farmer Marks. Glad you got a couple hours anyway. Excuse me. It would be to make an oil field, so to speak, where I set them up for oil production. How do the smelter productions work? All right, precision farming, enhanced farming, pumps and hoses. Still adding mods.
Yeah, don't update precision farming if you use it.
Yeah, don't update. Keep Dave's version. Pumps and hoses, Dave hasn't done anything to. Universal Crusher, that I don't think Dave has done anything to. The enhanced farming, I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, I'm not
So,
sure about that one either.
The smelting productions, the way these work, Pompies, you open them up, like right here. Actually, let me go into my storage quick. Grab all of this stuff out of here. We'll go put this stuff into the smelter. So I'm going to put the coal, the aluminum, lithium, and iron ore in here. So I've got aluminum, lithium. You can see all this stuff in here. If I go to this production tab, say I go to 99, I can drag this down here, or I can right-click, and it'll add that number down here for production, and it'll just produce them over time. Now, if you do the right-click method, occasionally when you come out of the workbench, you won't be able to look around. You'll have to right-click again, and it'll start looking around for you. There is no process for gems yet, Forest Runner. You can also control left click, and it will automatically move things between inventory as well. For now, yes, diamonds and rubies can only be sold as ore. There is nothing to process them into a finished product. At least not currently. All right, so you guys understand? You guys know what the look is here. Um, Obviously, I'll be using some concrete blocks to make a barrier. We're gonna start rolling the road. We'll make passes back and forth between town. There is going to be some digging to be done. Quite a bit of dozing. Um, you got some diamond and gold ore. Yeah, for right now, gold ore can go into the smelter and be processed. Diamond itself, you can't actually process it all yet. Um, so just keep that in mind. There goes NBC. So I don't know how many concrete blocks this is gonna take. This is gonna be an expensive project. I may not be able to do it all in one go. We may have to like smooth the road and do some filling, but that's going to be a lot of concrete blocks. That's going to be several hundred concrete blocks. I can't afford that right now. So, I should have grabbed, you know what? I should have grabbed, you're there, you're there. You're the closest. I'm going to need you anyway, so let's grab a scoop of this. We'll go throw it in the hopper. And I gotta go grab dirt anyway. For when I'm rolling. Have you given this one a try yet there, Neon?
No, I haven't. Been thinking about it.
Yeah, multiplayer I think is gonna make a huge difference in this game. Believe it or not, I was chatting with some people last night looking at some things, and according to SteamDB info, this game hit its all-time high concurrent users on Steam yesterday.
Oh, nice.
About 1 in the afternoon, almost 500 users, which is pretty decent. It also hit 971 on the top seller. 900, number 971. So, however many sales that is, it doesn't say. It just says it was the 971st bestseller. Just downloading it now, Neelisk. Sorry. So we can put some of those in. Oh, I did grab the dirt, dummy. Let's go see if we can't start the blocks at least.
I am a dwarf and a digging a hole, diggy diggy hole, diggy diggy hole. I am a dwarf
For the fall hopper?
digging a hole,
Sure.
diggy diggy hole, digging a hole.
The current setup is pretty. Oh no, I can go show it to you. It's just some concrete slopes, just some concrete walls. You could use wood walls, concrete walls, steel walls, it doesn't matter. I've got them angled down to it, and then basically it's 2 lines. Right now it's just generically set up into a storage. So those 2 lines come over, turn under here, and then I have a merger into one that puts them in here. Eventually, I'll have that moved over here. It'll come up along the side of the factory, and I'll have a much more involved processing along the back edge of the factory here. But I haven't exactly figured out how I want it all to fit together yet. So that part hasn't fully been fleshed out. Not a problem, Forest Runner. If you have any questions about how best to set up a plant, exclamation split on Twitch will get you Split in Two's YouTube page. He has a lot of really, really good guides for this game, all through the productions. He's got a guide for that. He's got guides for setting up your plant. He's got a lot of guides there that really, really can help a person out. So we want to be somewhere right in here. Like this. We want this to go up that way. We want this to go that way. And we want them to stop right here in the middle. And that is not going to do me any good whatsoever. Not unless I do a jagged, like, 45-degree, maybe? I could do that in that direction and then do it. I don't think that's going to look good. No, that ain't going to look good at all. So that's out. How do you get those hoppers so close together? So there are different build modes. All you have to do is, like, it starts out, they're going to snap together. Then you have a grid build mode, which puts everything on a grid. If you use the grid build mode to place the first one in each line, it'll put it on a specific spot, and then you can snap to it from there. Like, you could take the merger, put that on grid, and then build off of the grid, and it's going to keep them consistently lined up. Be careful with the grid build mode, though, because occasionally it'll put the piece on grid and not necessarily snap it to the next one. So you'll end up with a situation, you know, like this, where the pieces don't quite connect together. And what'll happen is the material will go in and it'll just start popcorning out before the next piece. It won't travel through the conveyors. Good morning there, MacGyver. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Just got back from fishing. No luck today. Better luck next time. Well, here's how I look at it, MacGyver. Did you have fun? Was the weather nice? Because if that's the case, you had all the luck in the world. As long as you enjoyed it and the weather was nice, it's lucky. You may not have caught any fish, but it's still a good day, right? Get away, relax, chill. So I'm going to aim for that tree right there. I'm going to aim for that tree right there, and I'm going to aim for... Question is, where do we want to put this? I'm thinking maybe that one in the distance right there. That one. So I just need to get these to mesh together, so to speak. I try and do that number like that. not quite enough. For hurricane. Perfect. Alright. Getting it laid out. Stupid tree. There we go. That went quick. I got a snow owl last night. Cool fire glow owl. That's awesome. Weather was good. Loads of fresh air. Relaxed. 100%. Not complaining. There you go. Alright, so that's going to be that retaining wall. There's going to be a lot of... I mean, there's going to be a lot of material moved here, so I'm not too worried so much about smoothing this until we get the material filled in, if that makes sense. We are going to do a pass towards town to make it a little smoother until we get it really filled in. But we're going to have to earn some money. That's going to need a lot of blocks. That's going to probably be... I guess a lot of it's going to depend on how high we go. My guess is I'm going to probably sink 400 to 500 blocks into that. Not a million, no. Probably between 500 and 1,000. So for the time being, we're gonna at least get this rolled, and I'm gonna focus on the other section by town. The Split have new VOD from yesterday. He didn't stream yesterday, Cope. Sunday and Tuesday are usually his days off. Could use wood. Yeah, I mean, I could. But it's going to be really difficult to do that once it's backfilled. And I'm trying to look at the blocks from the other side. Because it may not be so easy to reach them. It's probably going to be... I bet you at its lowest point, it's going to be probably 10 blocks high. Come on, little buddy, you can do it. No, there is none that I know of right now, Pompies. Because it's the same with your character. When you first log in, you're in third person, even if you logged out in first person. Normally, I'm in follow mode, though, not in cab, so that's interesting. Oh! There is. Sorry, hold on a second. Let me refrain. First person view as default. Right here, on or off. Under the settings menu. So you can have it default the third person, but it won't default to a specific camera. Not a problem, Forest Runner. Never hesitate to ask a question, because you don't know if that question might help someone else. Alright, this part here... you know what? Hold on, let me get out of here. M, in world, connect to the drone. Let's go take a look. I might shift that road. Because I'm thinking, which is a dangerous dangerous idea. Always dangerous. Yeah, see, I think that'll work out all right, because what I'm going to do is this hill here, I'll cut a little bit more off the inside edge. And then about where I'm at there, I'll angle it back out towards that tree. So the wall will kind of S shape. But this angle here will head towards that tree. Right all the way towards this tree here. It may not go straight across, but, you know, your head tracking was off. There you go. And then we won't need it here. This part here, I'm going to cut and push that way, I think. But given the... Now, I thought this valley was really steep. It's really not. And I think someone mentioned a small airport. We could put a runway right here. Take the trees out. You know, obviously I'll have to paint the ground so that there's no trees. And I don't know exactly where grid is, but I'm guessing looking at the edge of this, how squared up it is, grid is going to be right through here. And grid will make it really easy for us. I'm thinking we could do a tunnel for the road. So the road could come in here, turn this way, like towards this ridge, come over here, and then swing to town, which would give us room to do the runway with a little bit of a tunnel. No, because then there's a lot. Whoa, Jesus, too much. Too much, too much. Too much. You know, we could put a pretty decent runway in here without having to do too much. So actually, the better option might be if I shift the runway over here. So, you know, you'd take off and land from that direction. we could take the road, bring it this way around the airport, and then we could put like a hangar in there eventually, the traffic control tower here, and then that little section where I already did the road could come down to like a little parking lot or something. But my road would come through here, um, up and around this way. I could come right here where this is, because this is going to end up being like an intersection in town anyway. So we round this corner out, bring the road right through, right across here, right down through in this little area right here, over to here. Whoa! And then kind of like straighten it out. Thank you for the lurk and the stretch there, CJ. What do you guys think? Shift the road over here so we could, down the road when the airport comes up, because it's going to stay on the list. The airport could fit really nicely right here because of that. And basically, I'd make the runway nice and straight, with a retaining wall if need be and stuff like that. And just paint some dirt down the hill so the trees stop respawning. Maybe extend it a little bit if we need to square it off. But we could put the runway kind of right in here. And then to avoid my traffic, I could bring it along this hillside and loop it right through here. What do you guys think about that option? Walmart would go up there, I think. Because we get a fairly flat spot right up here. You go in there even. Sounds good? Alright. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go through here. I'm going to avoid rolling where I am right now. Let's get out of this. Get out the old axaroo. Grab the dirt balls. And we're going to lay it out how we want to make it. Then we'll worry about smoothing it. Obviously, we've got we'll get a side slope here. I'll bring out the dozer and we'll cut that side slope smooth. We're going to come in here like this. Bing, 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 bing. If the runway is right here, I want to push further up the hill. Yeah, I started turning too much. Like that. Be nice when we get the deco pack and we can repaint grass too. Alright, map, in world. Let me see if I can't see. We want to be right about here where this ridge is. Alright, so I need to come up through right there. Yep, right there. There we go. Like so. And then we'll need to go up there as well. So let's map, in world, drive into U. I'm gonna avoid rolling this area at the moment. Back up, we'll take the path less traveled. I'm clearly not going to traverse that area. But I want to go start from the town side. Let's see if we can't get over there. Alright. On the trail now. It's not going to matter. This is all going to get chewed up. But I'd rather be on this set of stuff than over there where I don't know exactly what I'm building yet. Yeah, come on. Up around the corner. Up around the corner. Up and around the corner we go. I made a pretty big mess moving the dirt down the bottom of that hill because I was just dumping it off to the side where it was all regular regular dirt. No, come on. Don't get stuck. So Farmer Mark sounds like he was playing a lot of Ark lately. What's everyone else up to this morning? Neon was playing some SnowRunner. BC was all excited for Satisfactory. Sounds like Pompey's is in the Forest Runner. You guys sound like you're in here. Playing a little out of ore. We're gonna smooth this out for sure, 'cause that's really steep. But let's see if we can't extend the width of this some. Out of ore. Welcome back, Dragonfire. Hopefully everything went well for you.
I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Diggy, diggy hole. Diggy, diggy hole. I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Diggy, diggy hole. Digging a hole.
Yep, indeed, indeed. I wonder if I can pick this up or this up. Nope. Nope. Okie dokie. It's like I can't pick those up. That's fine. I should brush up on my C++ coding. Never thought I'd try a construction mining game besides Minecraft. Now I have to go to sleep because of work. All I want to do is mine. Rip. Rip. Yep. Know that feeling. I had all kinds of things I wanted to do yesterday after I got done streaming, and all I did was keep digging. I was hanging out in Discord with some people, and it was just dig, 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 dig. I couldn't help it. I had things I wanted to do, but I was just digging.
And they call it a mine. A mine!
Yeah, that's what I heard. You only work 2 nights and you'll have some time to play again. There you go. This just collapsed. I don't know what the hell happened here, but this whole area collapsed when I rolled through it. That's crazy. They call it a mine. Sound like Snape. It's Gimli from Lord of the Rings. It's just weird that that hall collapsed like that. There. Spots here. Jesus. I don't know why the dirt suddenly freaking collapsed like that. That could be MacGyver. It's just weird. Them damn gophers. Right? Them damn gophers. I wish there was a on-off button for this. Maybe with the next version, like off button, it's not gonna roll. On button, it will. Dwarves digging a mine underneath. Well, that's a likely story. Tried to dig a tunnel earlier today and found out how to use the rescue me button. You're not the first, Forrest. You're not the first. Alright, we need fuel for the dozer. When we spawn it, We need lights. We need back to back the same stream for logs to watch you play. Nice. Equipment lights. We need a light bar XL. We need probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 of you at a minimum. We also need paint. Do we need the light blue? We need the white. Wheels. We need tracks for this puppy. Let's try the EX. No, let's try the DX Pad XLs. They don't actually do anything. They are literally just a decorative look. Christian has confirmed this. So wheels, contrary to people saying, "Oh, well, this feels like it actually works better." It doesn't. It works the exact same. And I absolutely hate that. Like, why does it have to do that deal, you know? There's that. There's that. The XLs are too wide. Those look better. I like the wide tracks. We want position 7, I believe, for that. We're gonna go. Is it 1? There's position 3. Oh, 3, 4. 8, 9. We're gonna go 10. 12. 14. 18 and 15. Four, we'll go 1. Do I try to set it up like that? I'd have to do that. That to go back. That might be awkward on the feet. Do I want to set it up like that? This is my blade control, obviously. Let's do this. Controls, dozer, joysticks. Fuck you, goddammit. I guess I can mark that. Beats using the steering wheel. Unless, do I want to put the Ripper on the joystick with a button combo? And then I can use this and this for the steer right and left. Controls, dozer. Damn it. Fuck you, goddamn you. Let's go Ripper up, down, tilt, out, in. Key combo will be that. Save. And then if we go steer right and steer left. This is awkward as shit. Fuck you, you stupid little goddamn thing. There's no way to zero that. It's so old, there's no way to, like, calibrate it. That's the word I'm thinking of. Oh, that's parking brake. Did I? I thought I changed that. No, I didn't. Did I? Well, that makes that awkward. Well, no. One of the button combos I was trying to use, the number 1 button is my brake. And we have tilt out. I had the tilt out on the blade as 1. I'm gonna go with that and that, because I don't know what 1 is on the frickin' Logitech button. What are those two set to? What's that? That. That's just that. I thought I had... Screw you, damn it. Oh, there is no rotate left and right. There is no dozer blade rotate. There's a tilt in and out and left and right. But there's no rotate left and right. So let me clear this one and this one. Save, hit back. Oh, great. Why are you... Alfred Prom coming in with a raid. Welcome in. How was your stream, buddy? Alright. This is a mess. That's going to have to get flattened. But right here, we're going to start back here, I think, and we're going to cut. I said cut, not go uphill. Finishing your big tunnel? Nice. How's it going? So big and nice. Yeah, you're probably not wrong. I should probably just check the controls on that and reset it on the Ripper. Up, down, left, right. That's easy enough to do. Because the Ripper is screwing up on me now, too. Good call there, Invisible Monkey. Yep. Nope. I don't want to be riding up on it. I have to take out the conveyors of the tunnel and difficult to flat it out correctly. Yeah, it can be difficult to get a good, nice slope to things at times. Nah, I'm trying to learn how to do it without the GPS. It's available, I just don't want to spend $70,000 for it. All my money's gonna go to infrastructure projects right now. I don't have the money for a $70,000 GPS unit. Autosave, damn it. When? A little while ago. I bought it, I just never spawned it. That was after I came back to the store and sold all the bars and stuff like that. And I bought that trailer. So, you know, now I'm making a mess and seeing if we can't fix it. Not really, Night Shadow. At least not as far as I know. I'm not good with the dozer, so this is practicing as well. Also depends on if you have bulk mode versus non-bulk mode on. As you can see, I'm not using bulk mode because it pushes a lot better. With the bulk mode on, the blade fills up really quickly, and then the minute you lift to try and move, it dumps it all right in front of where you stopped. No, I didn't try the grader. I hate the grader, Alfred. In certain ways, Night Shadow. Obviously, I can dig and do whatever I want wherever I want. Big benefit over Gold Rush. Gold Rush, you're very limited. This game, you can do what you want where you want. The downfall of this game versus Gold Rush is you don't get the same feeling of setting up and operating your wash plant. You don't get that kind of that same feeling with it. So that's one thing Gold Rush has going for it more than this is, if you like the setup of the wash plant and connecting all the hoses and things, this game doesn't have that. Now, if you just like to dig, then this game's great. Yes, they are very much still developing this game. As a matter of fact, they just had a major patch 5 days ago. They introduced production, so we can now make our own parts. Breakdowns will be getting added to the game coming soon. Multiplayer is getting added to the game coming soon. It's been discussed, but where it is on the radar is anybody's guess. But it has been discussed. I know it has been brought up to Christian, complete with, models and so on. Whether they add it is anybody's guess. I think Christian sounded like he was open to it, but again, he's got a pretty busy radar as we speak for upcoming patches. It has been mentioned as well. He has a pretty active Discord of people that give suggestions on the game, talk about the game. He discusses things back. So there is that. You can get to it from the Steam page, I believe. But yes, this game is very much still in development. It doesn't say early access when you go to Steam, but there is a story behind that. It is still a work in progress game being actively developed by North Modding Company. Mod support is coming down the line. No links in chat there, Alfred. Mod support is coming. Remember, North Modding Company, I say remember, but North Modding Company is, you still can't do links in chat, Alfred. North Modding Company started out as farm sim modders. And then Christian decided to make his own game. He understands modding and wants to add mod support, but there's no point in doing it if the mods would be breaking every time there's an update because something gets changed in the back end or the framework of the game or what have you. So to avoid frustrating modders and players, he's not going to add those until the game is more fleshed out. Got more development after it went out of early access. Yeah. Well, what happened was, initially, Christian put out Bergsbruck, which had a lot of issues, and Christian ended up taking the game down off Steam. But what ended up happening is, in order to avoid, making people really irritated, he made this game, put it up on Steam as a finished product, and gave a copy to everybody that had bought Bergsbrook. That way, here, here's a better version. Take it. Not gonna develop it. This is it. Done. So it got put up as a 1.0 basically. Well, there was so much people wanting the game supported that Christian decided to support it anyway. Once a game is on Steam, though, you can't then make it early access after it's been released. So Christian ended up having to leave it as 1.0, or as a full release game, even though it's still early access. So there's a disclaimer on the store page that the game's a work in progress. It's technically still early access, but once the game's been released, you can't change it. Not a problem. I've learned a thing or two about the game, so I don't mind answering questions, giving advice, or sharing what I've learned. What makes me me, I guess. Night Shadow X, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the channel. I do greatly appreciate it. Alright, whoa, Jesus, Nelly. Back on the road, back on the road. I was close. Alright, I need to bring the wheel loader over here, I think. We can pull a little bit of this. Let's see. We'll be dead joined in Discord. Just leave the roller parked on the edge of the hole. Will it eventually smooth the whole cliff? I think it only does it while you're driving it. I could be wrong, but I don't think it does it just sitting there type of deal. Yeah. Alright. I think I need to take a nap before my physical therapy this afternoon. So we're gonna roll this part here smooth, quick. Yeah, it only seems to do it when it's moving itself. Yep. Only while it's actively moving around.
I can shoot you a quick favor.
So,
be icy hot. I just want you to rub it on my shoulder, but I need to.
Yeah, give me just a minute here. Alright. I think this is going to do it right here.
Thank you.
Shit I'm now allergic to because of my medication. Yeah. How's that look? I mean, it could use to be filled in here. I'd have to bring the loader over, I think, to scoop a little bit here and a little bit here, because the blade is tough to, like, push just a little bit type of deal. Jeez, I'm making a goddamn mess right now. Wow, what a mess. That thing just dug right into one side. That's gonna take me it's gonna take me some time to get used to that thing. I was joking around on creative yesterday with bulk knot. Check balls do push bedding better than dirt. Yeah. Well, they push material easier this way. Bulk can be a little unruly as well. That is the small dozer invisible monkey. They do need work. They are getting work. Oh yeah, I know. Split has said it, and it does. It pushes a lot better that way than it does if you're trying to use the bulk mode. That's why I don't have bulk mode turned on. Because it will push better this way. I need practice. That's all. Yeah, they're gonna work on animations, they're gonna work on models, they're gonna work on collision boxes, there's all kinds of stuff planned. I happen to know a few things, but I won't say them. No, that I don't know. I wish I knew the winning Powerball numbers. Channel will only be out of order for a while. Come up with some ideas. Your brain is hurting right now. Yeah, it happens, Scope. Yeah, I think I'll bring the wheel loader over. We can take some of this material, fill it in here, smooth it out, and the dozer will get to work carving the rest of the road. That'll likely happen tomorrow, though. Cocaine shovel! But Cope, this is what I was talking about by supporting the roof while you're mining. So, as of right now, the project that was voted on is chat voted on an infrastructure project, which means I need to complete. The one they chose was completing the road between town and my factory. I need a lot of money to do the part just over that hill. For the time being, it's just going to get rolled smooth. Did it? God damn it. Of course. How's it going in the dock? Not too bad. Getting your operation up and running. Kind of dug more pay dirt than you can handle at the moment. Nice. Go. So coal looks like. Alright, coal looks like this over here. Trailer is Garbo, you draft. That's coal right there. Ah, still in ads. They were late. Yeah, the trailer was garbage. I don't know if you can hear me or not there, you draft, because it looks like they're all weird, but the trailer was actually absolutely garbage. Don't bother. Major bugs there. Well, it turns out that the trailer, one, the floor doesn't work, so the material just sits on the frame of the trailer as the bed sides go up. Two, you can't customize it to turn it to bulk mode. So I mean, you can't change colors or any of that stuff. It's bad. Driving it, it's not bad. It flips and flops all over the damn place. But the problem is you can't put it in bulk mode. So you back yet, Doc? All right. I'm curious about something. Really? All right. So 471 peaked yesterday. We're up to 301 right now, which is really good. Peak was yesterday, actually during my stream, I think. All-time peak is this. Somebody must have played it when it first came out. There was a big channel. Top sellers, it dropped a little bit, but you can see overall, I mean, it had some really big peak here, slowed way down, and now it's picking back up steam. Just good. It's good. It's good. I love to see this. I mean, you're looking at these peaks here. Really low. All of a sudden, the patch hit, and it's been bang, 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 bang. But this is what coal looks like, Doc. So there's that. But, anyways, world connect. As I said, project for the road is to, or the current project right now is to complete the road between my factory on the other side of that hill and the town. So you see we did a little work to the slope there. I'll have to get over here with the wheel loader and fill in a little bit of the low spot there. We're going to doze this a little bit in this direction, kind of following these dots. Come around this corner. I got to try and flatten the road out a little bit because it's going to be sloped. I want to try and flatten it some, so we'll have to cut the hillside and dump it to the side. And the dots continue right through here and continue straight over to that point. It's not going to take this spend anymore. Basically, I'm going to save this space for a future project. So the road is getting moved over to this side here. If I go down a little bit, the dot should appear, but I kind of speckled the roadway. And it goes right through here, across here. You can see it up to that point, and around to where the dozer is. So, given the way this hill looks, we'll kind of try and flatten the road out by taking the side here, pushing it over. Obviously, we'll have to get across this and doze this in flat. I'll probably go around and start from there and just push it all this way. Something like that. This is a big hole here. And then it'll save this area for a future project. But I need to go get myself a little bit of a nap before my paid torture later. I don't know why it spit me way over here. Oh, it's because I jumped it over there. And then when we pick back up, like I said, I'm going to bring the loader over here. We'll take a little bit of material to fill in this low spot. Flatten it out. And then we'll start from where the dozer is, working our way around across that next little valley to the hillside, and then work our way down the other side. And we'll kind of jump back and forth between a little bit of road work, dig some material for the plant, a little bit of road work, material for the plant. We're still going to keep money coming in for buying concrete, stuff like that, right? So, we'll work on all of that. I mean, this isn't too bad. It's just a matter of knocking down the high spots into these low spots. No, because I've already been going for 8 hours. Well, I mean, maybe later tonight after supper. Because my physical therapy's at 4, so in about 3 hours, I can get a couple hour nap, go to physical therapy, come home, eat supper, and then maybe I'll go live again after that. If not, it'll be tomorrow morning. So what we're going to do is we're going to save the game here. Exit the menu, confirm. So, I do have some tweaks I'm going to have to do to the YouTube stream to make sure I think it's been better since I made those tweaks earlier. Bitrate. Now it's recommending a higher bitrate. Alright, so we'll have to adjust the bitrate on the YouTube stream. But yeah, so far it looks like things are working out all right with the dual streaming. I'll have to figure out some of the commands over there. Let's hit the ending soon screen. Let's say thank you to... Come on, no, down here. Thank you. Say a big thanks to Mr. Evil Reyes for the raid earlier on. Also, Alfred, thank you for the raid. Thank you all for the follows that followed me on Twitch. I don't know if anybody's followed me over on YouTube or not right now, or subscribed to me on YouTube. I need to get that alert set up. So I have to figure out how to do that before I go live again. But if you have been watching on YouTube, make sure you hit the like button. If you've enjoyed what you've seen, subscribe so you can catch me next time. And we're going to go raid from Twitch over to Mr. Billy Alpaca. He's doing a little bit of farming simulator. So while we're doing that, getting that raid kicked off, I do want to say, as always, a big thanks to everybody for coming and hanging out, participating in the polls, and helping shape this this journey and out of ore. But until next time, I want you all to take care, stay safe, have yourselves a great rest of your day, and we'll catch you all next time.